Добрий день, я рада вітати всіх, хто приєднався.
Good afternoon. I want to thank everybody who joins us in Ukraine Media Center Ukraine Forum. It's been 10 years of the war, and today's day 489 of the full-scale invasion of our homeland by a Russian aggressor. And today we have invited all of you to take part in this forum. Respect, experience, prospect, and on behalf of our platform, we want to thank the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation, MinVet, for choosing our platform, who systemically supports all the initiatives related to our veterans, both men and women. We want to thank for attending all the veterans here and the representatives of business and civil organizations who gathered here to talk about the pressing issues for us. Thank you for this, and I want to assure you that our platform will always support such initiatives, and it will continue being the permanent information partner. I would like to start and to invite a wife of a veteran, Oksana Makarova, to share her story with us, her story of decisiveness and strength. Please, Mr. Oksana, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I'm a wife of a veteran who continues defending our homeland. My name is Oksana Makarova, and we are from Mariupol. It just happened so that I was leaving this city when it was occupied already. During the hottest combats, obviously the communication was off. There was no understanding of what was going on with the country, where was my husband, what was going on to him, whether the military will come to save us. So I put my kid in a car, I can't hear anything, and I just leave. And it happens so that I leave for Zaporizhia within 1 day without coming back, and I end up in Zaporizhia. And I tell my husband that we are relatively safe. He exhales, he continues his service, but what are we about to do? We are going further on. We understand that Zaporizhia is a little bit too close, but in the social networks I just post that we left, but I don't know what to do next. Just kind people from Volyn text me, please come, we have a home. Before you come, we will set everything up and you will be able to stay there. So me and my kid and my French bulldog, we come to Volyn, and within a couple of days I understand that I have no home. I have no home. My husband left wearing only one outfit, and he will come back to Volyn. The only decision that we've taken that we stay in Ukraine. I was considering no other options. So I was thinking about that moment when we win the war, what we do next. So I thought we should me and my husband, we should create some space where we will work, and I hope he will retire someday, and we would have that space where we will try to do something. So I get this family workshop, I get this grant. When I apply for the program, I write the grant in the summer, and in January I get the grant. I get a request from my husband. He needs equipment. Everything's missing, so I start looking for the volunteers, some shops. There is nothing. It's summertime. The army grew, and I come to the Veteran Foundation. I buy the first sewing machine I was sewing in Mariupol, and I try to find other options. I buy everything. I send everything for him, and his brothers and ups need something too. I still have no grant, but I keep on sewing on and on. I see more needs, and I understand that I cannot make it by myself. And in November I start knocking on all the doors. I don't have money so far, but I need a venue. I know how to sew and I can do it. I try to find options, and in November I open a workshop. I hire 4 girls. I am a private entrepreneur, and we start making the equipment for the guys. We get the grant, the workshop grows, and we switched, or we readjusted our manufacturing capacities for this. What's important, I wanted to say why I made it, why I made it the way I did, because I was greeted in Berlin very warmly. I got support from the people. I received the support from the foundations on whose doors I was knocking. Everybody provided me with that opportunity way before I got any grant, any funding, any opportunities. And in February, understanding the needs, we make the backpacks for the snipers, we make the equipment, the small belt bags. And I realized that I do too little. We have more requirements and we can do more. And in February, I applied for another grant as a wife of a veteran. And so far, I'm still waiting for the response. I understand the needs from inside. I hear from my husband, I hear from the guys who are his brothers in arms. I hear from the front lines. It's been a year now that I came to the village of Beluzhev from Mariupol. It's been 1 year, and now I'm a young entrepreneur who enjoys the support of the government and who hopes and thinks and knows that the day will come when we win. And today I hold the line that I can. My husband holds the front, the most important front, and we hope to get our lives back, to come back to Mariupol and win. Thank you for your attention. Am I too fast? Good. Well, friends, we are really happy to see all of you here in this forum. Respect, experience, prospect. It's no secret to anybody that the veterans are the most important people in Ukraine, and they will gain even more importance. The hot phase of the war is still on, and we have no deadlines when it would end. And it means that those coming back home, they have to understand where they're coming back to, what awaits for them here. And obviously here, during our first panel devoted to the prospects, what's available for the veterans now, the people who can answer this question better. So I'm about to introduce the participants of our first panel: Yulia Laputina, Minister for Veteran Affairs of Ukraine; Natalia Kalmykova, Executive Director of the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation; Tarasov, Chmut, Director of Come Back Alive Foundation, member of the Supervisory Board of the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation. Please greet them. Miss Yulia, I think you need to take the microphone. Is it on? I think it's on already. 1, 2, 1, 2. I think that obviously we have to start with the questions to you. We've seen that the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal, mentioned that everything related to the veterans is the priority for the year 2023. So looking at it today, what day is it today? 27th of June 2023. What do we have for the time being? Where are we moving in terms of the veterans policy? Those veterans coming back from war. I will answer you right away, but the first thing I want to say that we're doing it here thanks to the guys who are currently in the front lines. Let's commemorate with the minute of silence those who perished.
Дякую, прошу сідати. Так, звісно, серед 10 пріоритетів.
Among the 10 priorities that the government has, that we have set for the future and the time being, today the veterans policies is the Prime Minister. This has been highlighted by the Prime Minister, and I can tell you that every time the government meet, we think and talk about what we can do, how to make this policy systemic, and the President of Ukraine, Mr. Zelensky, has highlighted a couple of times that the priority now and after the victory is to renew the human potential, and part of the potential are the people who have been defending our country. What can we say as of now? The examples that we have just heard from the families of our interests. These are many of these, and they are expiring experiences. And I thank you for being so strong. But while you have lost your houses, and the Mariupol is the tragedy of the great experience, and this amounts to the genocide, and the fact that you have met this challenge, that you have decided to move on, is the sign that our people, under any circumstances, get united and want to do and work for the future. The state can do everything to meet those needs. At the ministry, we analyzed our budgets, and I thought that the first thing was this. When the ministry was set up, it was set up in order not to work because there was no systemic policy, no budget available, and I've got a lot of talks and discussions at the governmental level with the Prime Minister, with the presidential team. And we saw the tasks to make sure that, in the first place, this policy should be visible, and this policy should be oriented for the veterans, those who are primarily recipients. And every Ukrainian family virtually has veterans among their members. In today's register of veterans, we've got almost 500,000 persons. Our forecast is this, and we are receiving information, new documents from the Ministry of Defense and other law enforcement institutions. We are likely to have more than 4 million persons that will have to do with the veterans themselves, people who have perished, their families, and those who have died in the front lines. So these people will be relative to the combat actions. This is a unique situation in the world. Perhaps Croatia is the only country to be visible in this line. We talked to them, and the Croatian colleagues said that now, 30 years after the war, all the consequences have not been overcome yet, and they're still facing relative challenges, which is to say, the ministry, at the very beginning, we thought, how do we impact our capabilities? The budget, of course, was a problematic issue because the country is at war almost for a decade now. So we have decided that we should set up a government institution under the name of Ukrainian Veterans Foundation. In terms of documents, we did this prior to the full scale of war, but as an institution, it had become effective with its vision, its philosophy, its missions and capabilities right at the time of the full-scale invasion. Now we see that the foundation is growing in its capabilities, and we are strengthened as a ministry. At the first stages of the war, the foundation has set a program to back up the families of the people in the front, those who were made into the internally displaced persons, people who left their homes with their backpack and a telephone, no money available. First step was to provide 20,000 hryvnias if the member of their family is in the front line. They were likely to receive 20,000 hryvnias per month to renew their businesses, which means if there are 2 persons, there are 40,000, and 3 persons would amount to 60,000 hryvnias per month to set up some barber shops or anything of that sort. We'll be talking about those programs in the future, but there were programs to provide 500,000 or 1 million hryvnias of support. And there are winners of this program. We are proud of those winners. We are proud of you. There are beautiful examples. The pizza offices that have been set up. There are veterans working in different realms. And now we have set up a grant program support, a non-credit. This is very important. This is not a credit, but rather a one-off payment, 1.5 million hryvnias. We are supporting the veterans who are working in the agrarian sector. We understand that a lot of veterans don't return to their previous employment. They get integrated into the farmer's business. What does the state do? I will be specific. What I think we should do is this. The veteran, when they come back home, they should be granted with a toolkit of a particular put-in point, which means that they should know who to turn to, what to ask for, which implies the following steps. We have signed up a memorandum with the central services centers where the veterans will go to. In one city, we have set up such 5 veteran windows where the combatants will have an ability to come to. If there is no way for this person to receive funds, this is an entry point. And I think at such services point throughout the country, they will see the veteran windows available for them. Veterans will be able to take advantage of this possibility. The services, you know, are centrally organized. Then there are services that are provided at the level of region and at the community level. Sometimes communities pass their decisions on how to provide services for the veterans. Veterans should know about that. This is what I call veteran window. There is another pilot project that we have already offered for the signature at the governmental office. This is a very important initiative. There will be certain people who will be supporting and providing services of help to the veterans coming back from the front. Let us imagine a situation where a person comes back from the front line to his or her community, whether it be a small city or a major city. He or she comes back by the train or by the bus to the railway station. There was no one to meet him. His family has left the place. His home has been ruined. Somebody has to meet them. These should be professionals. In America, they call these professional veterans advisor. These are the advisors that have been empowered with the authorities. They live in the local community, but effectively they work for the services center at the communal center, whether it has been set up or it is likely to be set up in the settlement or in a special community. This should not be an armchair officer. This should be a person well respected in the community, a person who can come to the local authorities office. And if the matters that are vital for the veterans are not solved, this person will be facilitating the issue of health services. We know one thing. People come from the front line. We talk to these veterans. This is absolutely fair to provide all the services for a person who has been fighting for this country. They are entitled. You know, they need some documents, some certificates. We know some examples when we were applying for some Invictus games. There is a simple electronic request, but some boys and girls told us that, you know, I am a veteran. I'm not going to fill out any electronic request, and our officials help them to fill out all the forms and press a certain button or whatever. This is why this institution of a promoter and helper of a veteran will be set up. These people need help. I will tell you another example. When you come to any bank, for example, to the Ashad Bank serving the retired people, there is a special person helping those people of age or retired persons. They're entitled to some services and consultations. In such a way, such a mentor of a veteran is likely to get integrated that person into a community. We are starting this in 4 communities in Vinnytska, Nikolaevska, Dnipropetrovsk, and other regions. Within the framework of this project, we envisage that we will develop a infrastructure for the veteran services. We have set up in the city of Dnipro, at the basis of the Academy for Custom Study, the Center for Veterans Services. The service will be retraining those who have come back, and these people will be gaining their non-military specialties. The philosophy behind this is that we will be seeing a massive demobilization of personnel. So one of the policies is to make sure that people are retained in the law enforcement or in the army, because after the war, we will have a need for a major and bigger army. But there will be people coming from the army. They will have to reintegrate into the civil society. They are people of 40, 45 years old. We are meeting those soldiers at the places of their service near the battle line. And they are saying that, you see, we have to know that after the war, there is something we can come back to. Health, mental health and physical health is priority number one. Education is priority number two. And then after the victory, we will have to know how many demobilized personnel coming from the army we will know, and we will see to the needs of the market, at the labor market, what is the need there, to make sure that the veterans are retrained, that they are getting their salaries and are integrated into the local community. In these 4 regions, there will be a pilot project, and of course there will be challenges that we will be working on and rectifying the mistakes, and thus we will initiate new changes to the Ukrainian legislation. In a nutshell, this is what I have to say. I could go on, but I thought these are the major highlights. You see, I've got millions of questions after your introduction. My colleagues and I will be talking about these issues and asking all the panelists. You mentioned that there is a need for an institution of a veterans facilitator, and the approximate number is likely that we will have 4 million people coming from the army, a major figure. And perhaps the major question here is whether the state has enough money and where this money will be coming from. Why am I asking this? I know that we are dependent on the financial help from the West. I think it's about 80% of the state budget that has been covered by the Western money, and this money cannot be used for the needs of the armed forces. All that money must be coming from the revenues and taxation. To be short, where the money is coming from. Very specifically, a pilot project of the Veterans Helper. We have identified reserves in the budgets of our Ministry for Veterans Affairs. In other words, we have offered and suggested that there will be a redistribution of the money coming from the revenues and taxation, and the services granted and paid for these veterans helpers, which is effectively their salary. This will be coming from the subventions coming from the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. The money is available. When we scale up this project to the level of the whole country, the money that we are receiving from the West, there must be a special financial entry designed to serve the needs of the veterans. And our Western allies and backers should understand this. The matter of helping veterans is not a matter of social and a matter of financial issue. It's a matter of security of the country. Veterans will be coming back. And to ensure that the security sector is well catered for, we should be providing some services to our veterans. We are sharing this with our Western partners. When we were visiting the United States, the director of the Ukrainian Veterans Fund and myself, we met people at the State Department of the United States, at the Atlantic Council, at the Ukrainian Congress caucus, and we share with them the idea that we will initiate the point that the American lawmakers should see the context differently, because over the historical time of the independent Ukraine, the structure of this help has been solid, but it doesn't meet today's needs. There must be a special financial entry to secure the needs of the Ukrainian veterans as a matter of overall security, as a matter of getting veterans reintegrated into the social life. But at this point, we have found in our budgets, ministry's budget, the revenue part that will be serving for those needs. I understand that you have to receive a call from the president, and this is a urgent issue. I see we will see you back very soon.
Natalia Kalmykova, I'm reminding you, Executive Director of the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. The question is as follows. I wanted to ask it from Ms. Yulia. We understand that there are big cities. Are those four regions that Yulia Laputina mentioned that this format will be tested in the Veterans Advisor? But we understand that our veterans, our defenders, both male and female, may be coming to the small villages, and I'm not sure if a Veterans Advisor will be available there. You may debunk it, but how we consider all those who don't come from the bigger cities, not even from the community capitals? Well, obviously the Veterans Advisor is a system that should go all the way down to the community. The ministry implements it on there, and we as a veteran fund, we want to thank our veterans and Miss Yulia, because they will tell you more about the activities of the foundation better than me. But this year we already had the first bid for the civil organizations, and there will be more bids for the civil organizations which provide the services to the veterans in the communities. And I urge the civil organizations which work on the level of the regions, districts and communities to take the projects, to create the projects, to create initiatives, to apply for funding, to take care of the veterans who live in the next building, next door to you. So it's a reinforcement of a kind, a government which goes to the level with the full understanding of the fact that a big part of the veterans will be and are already from the remote districts, from the places where even the medical and psychological aid is not so easily available. So those problems should be solved in all levels. I remember we were talking with you in the broadcast of Radio NV that we should understand the needs of the veterans. And we mentioned it here that the veterans don't need the exemptions or the discounts, they need the prospects. So how does the Ukrainian Veteran Fund research this and study the needs of the veterans, and what are the current needs of the veterans? Thank you for these questions. It's really one of the parts of what the foundation is doing. We don't only provide the financial support, we also have a separate area of our work. It's the analytics, and today during every panel we will present it in parts. The study which is dedicated to the employment of the veterans, we were studying it from the end of the veterans and the employers. We were studying it in coordination with Workia and LobbyX. I would like to ask you to put the first slide on the screen where the first graph is available. I don't have a clicker, or may I click with this thing? Can you please advise us what should we do to see the first slide? So I want to stress that the details based on which we make a decision, we made this study, we made this question in early this year. To what extent are people ready to employ veterans in their organizations? We've seen this figure. 98% of the responders on the national level said that yes, obviously we want to employ a veteran. Do we believe in it? I have to ask. about it because we remember the story back from 2014. Who's gonna tell you, like, are you ready to accept to employ a veteran? No, I'm not. Yeah, but the figures talk for themselves. We understand that the big part of veterans, about 70%, they came back to the front lines, those veterans from the 2014, and later on they know how to work in a team, but some part of them, they are still among the civilians, and the level of unemployment among them is 28%. So we decided to ask that question: are those companies, are those businesses really ready to employ the veterans? First thing is declaration, and yet another thing is the actions. Those are two different things, and based on that question we decided to make this study. The colleagues who were involved in this study are here with us, and we will ask all of them. And the question was, how is the government supposed to support the veterans? When we asked them how the veterans evaluate or assess the efficiency of the government in terms of employment, the responses are very different. 27% said that the support is not efficient, 31 said that it's not efficient, and 34 said it's efficient. So the majority thinks that the support is inefficient. What those figures tell us about that? There is 31 plus 29 is 60% of the veterans and active servicemen, they think that the government has not done enough. So this is the field where we still have to continue working in, continue moving on, continue developing the elements of government support for the veterans to reinforce, to enable their employment. And then we've asked the veterans, both male and female, what is government supposed to do to enable such employment? And I liked it a lot, the way the veterans responded. The biggest number of responses is the tax exemptions for the employers. Then the advantages in the government bids is the practice used in the United States. The government procurement, those companies are allowed to take part in such bids that have the veterans employed. Well, talking about the United States of America, I have to introduce another guest of ours, Mr. James A. Baker, honorary judge and retired veteran. So Ms. Natalia, how we as a state, how can we encourage the businesses to work with the veterans? So this is exactly what we're talking about. We asked the veterans how to stimulate the businesses, and they said give those companies the opportunities, let them choose whether to employ the veterans or not. Tax exemptions, then the advantages in the state bids, retraining programs, the refresher training programs for the veterans, then the smaller numbers support the programs of psychological adaptation. So the veterans clearly understand that the company that is about to employ them, it should be advantages for the company to do so. And with our support, there was an interview organized recently at Forbes with a woman who started the program for reintegration in the businesses in the United States. She was the manager of the military veteran cooperation direction in JP Morgan. She started doing it within the company. So there are technical moments how to do it. But another thing I wanted to stress is the philosophy. She said, I didn't want to convince anybody. I said just pick one and you will want more. And this is exactly how it happened. The department which got their first veteran employed, in a month they asked how many more options you have. We will take all of them, because those skills that we will be discussing in later panels, they really have some advantages in civil life, and I apologize, but those are the features that made them get out of the battlefield alive. And the last slide I want to demonstrate is, well, it's not my slide. This slide is not mine either. Oh, right here it is. This is something that we were supposed to start with. So we asked the veterans whether they were going to come back to the job that they were leaving, those mobilized after the beginning of the full-scale aggression. We will have, well, the people are coming back after the end of the war, and those jobs are preserved for them. We will see to what extent is it true. This is something that makes us different from other countries. There was no such history of mobilization. They had just people who were serving in the army going to the war. So in our case, people come back to their jobs after the war. And the politicians in other countries, they were making it in a different way. People were coming back to some other jobs, and we know that people were successful in their civil lives, but they left everything and they took up the arms to go to the front lines. And I don't think that a vocalist of an opera vocalist who was successful in his civil life, he will hardly decide after the war that he wants to become a piper, for example, because his skills, they did not go anywhere. So we have to look at the best practices, but at the same time we have to understand, but we have our peculiarities that we need to choose too. However, 33%, they said that yes, they were going to come back to their jobs, 35% said no, and 32% said they still don't know. They don't yet know, don't yet understand. So when we look through those results, it's important to understand that people after having the experience of the battle operations coming back to their jobs, they are supposed to come back and they're supposed to understand how long they are about to continue working there, because those are different metrics, because there is a number of people who come back and then after a year, 2 or 5 years, we have to see how many more of them continue working. We have the representatives of different companies present here too, representatives of the employers who do a lot now to employ the veterans, and I urge them to look, don't just look at how to employ them, how to motivate them, but also to volunteer, to do something else, how to preserve it, because the passion of the veterans is at the high level usually. So those are the figures that we were discussing. And I will come back to the question that we started with. It's important for each and every of us, for us as a civilians, because it's our responsibility, because I'm personally being defended by the military. So for us, for the companies, for the state, it's important to be honest. It's better to see the difficult, bad figures, because based on them we can take the decisions rather than have a beautiful picture and don't do anything, living in illusion, because those postponed decisions on all the levels, I want to stress it, they will result in some unknown consequences. I'm trying to keep track of the timing, and I think we are about to proceed to Mr. Chmut, the director of Come Back Alive Charitable Foundation, a member of the Supervisory Council of the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation. We were talking about the beautiful figures, and you as a representative of a volunteers organizations, I want to ask you, what's your opinion in what you see, what the government does not understand about the veterans? Maybe there are some illusions that should be debunked. Good afternoon. You started our panel with statement that the veterans are the most important people for our country. This is something that you've said, but it's not true. It's not so. The war has not started yesterday, and before the full-scale invasion, we had about 450,000 participants of this war, and we had a lot of problems, and the government was not doing a lot to solve those problems. ahead of us are 5 million, 4 million. We had this number 4 million, but I think that 5 million is a realistic figure, yeah, 5 million plus, because victory is okay, but when, nobody knows. When is it going to occur and at what price we're about to pay? We don't know it yet too.
The country that has failed to deliver for the people that have been in the front line before is very unlikely to manage the 5 million veterans that will be coming. We have people that have left their homes, left this country, that are unlikely to come back. This economy is dependent on the Western help. When we were talking about the 50% of the Western help to the budget of the country, we should understand that without that help, we will not be able to secure a victory. Effectively, it means that the issue of the land, the fair benefits, the telecommunications, telephone communications, and sometimes what I call the Soviet or post-Soviet benefits, those traditions have to be reviewed. And we should, step by step, go down to earth in understanding that the government will not provide everything to everybody. The state is not able and will not be able to solve everybody's issues. One format or the other, when we deliver what we call a inevitable victory, the country will focus on quite other priorities, and the veterans will not be the priority. They will be talking about geopolitics, about security, about economy. We have seen this back in 2015. When the active phase of war stops, the country tends to forget the veterans until and unless a next stage of war has begun. We should be mindful of this. We should be aware that this time, this opportunity is a great opportunity to work for the future. It is an important issue to make sure that this window of opportunity is taken advantage of, because later on we will not be able to solve these issues. If we are able to do what must be done at this window of opportunity. When I talk about veterans, I think we know how it should be working, but the window of opportunity is there. Let us imagine that the hot stage of war has been seized. Whether the conflict will be frozen, whether we'll secure a victory, we don't know. There will be different political issues on the agenda. But this window of opportunity, what do you mean should be done within this time? Rehabilitation, the medical, the fitness, the health issues for those who have been affected by this war. This is the minimum that we should be delivering on. Second point, which is relatively connected to this, are the families of the deceased. Their loved ones have died. There is no one to help the family, and the civil society and the government should be there to help them. Later on, we will be looking into how the economy is doing, how the budget is doing. What is more important, to pay the pavement here in this particular slot, or to help the veterans or those who have died for the country? So you're saying that without the pressure by the civil society, nothing will be achieved. In this country, nothing is achieved without the pressure from the civil society. Another important issue is this. Since what we have been seeing since 2014 and the Crimea annexation and the war in the Donbass, what we have seen is this. The veterans coming back from the war, they said that no one understands the priority of this war. The war is elsewhere. Now the scale is different. The lion's share of the Ukrainian population have felt the effects by themselves, either bombings or the internally displaced persons. What do you see the first priority is? I think the way to solving the issue is natural. Before the full-scale invasion, we have been working with the issue of how the veterans are received and how they are viewed in the society. Sometimes, you know, the former member of the anti-terrorist operation has committed some misdemeanor, and people would cry hell about, you know, what you want of this. He's a veteran. Now the war is part of everybody's life. This war has changed or is likely to change the perception of the veterans. Sometimes people will never change their mindset, but we know now how important armed forces are, how important security sector is, why the people who are defending this country deserve to be served better. From time to time, we see the reports on different issues to the effect that veterans are not enjoying the respect they deserve. But what should we do here? I need to keep track of our timing after this cold shower intervention. I think we should give the floor to our American guest. He is a veteran. Mr. Baker is a veteran and a judge. Mr. Baker, with the expertise that you have, that the American society has shown in terms of supporting the veterans, in your take, the experiences that the United States has, what can be how Ukraine can take advantage of such experiences?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate, and I apologize for being late. I am
Oh, it's okay.
just off the train. Will you forgive me if I just make one opening comment?
No problem. No, we're happy to
It's
hear
hard
it.
to walk into a room like this and jump immediately into a veterans structure without telling you the extent to which I'm at a loss for words to express my sense, my nation's sense, my university's sense of the respect we have for what you all are doing. In a United States context, you look for the words of Abraham Lincoln. You want to be as eloquent as Abraham Lincoln was at the Gettysburg Address. That's not possible. So I thought what I would say is what I was really thinking. I have a friend who had a miserable job in government, and we used to. He worked for the security side of the United States government, and we would ask him, "Why do you do this? It's such a miserable job." And he said, "Because every day I get to walk the halls with heroes." And I leapt at the opportunity when my dear friend Natalia invited me to come over to be able to be in a room with heroes and in a nation of heroes. So why are you heroes? We tend in the United States, people say, "Thank you for your service." And that's sort of, veterans are like, meh. If you want to thank me, please provide some support, please provide opportunity of the sort that you're talking about. But I would like to say, why heroes? When there's little room in a trench for idealism, but this is a fight that you are carrying on not just for the protection of your nation, as you well know, against a war of aggression, but a fight for all of democracy, a fight for freedom. These are not casual words. This is how we perceive what you are doing here. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. I'll answer your question.
Yeah, okay. We're very grateful
But
for your words.
you give me a microphone, I have to say that. I can't
Sure,
say,
sure.
I need
Take your
to say,
time.
I need to say thank you. I need to say thank you. And we're here to say thank you to veterans, but we thank anybody who's on the front line of democracy, the front line of freedom. And that can be a school teacher who continues to teach, that can be a nurse, and so on. You have U.S. support for the most part. One of my jobs is to make sure that I go around the United States and continue to remind people how important this fight is for you, but for all of us. And you deserve our support, and you've honored our support. You have my university support. You can thank our friend here, but my university, Syracuse University, has the leading institute probably in the world that studies veterans families. And here's an important point. They study the full life cycle of the veteran's life and family, from the date service started to the date they retire from their civilian job, and track the health of the families, the health of the veteran, and so on. That's one important lesson. And we now are fully supportive of the work of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, and will continue to do that. But who else do you have the support of? You have the support of the American veterans community. Nobody is more supportive than the American veterans community for the veterans of Ukraine. And did you have a chance to talk about? You may. Okay, I don't want to steal your thunder, as they say, but why do I know that? Because we've been working with Natalia, Dr. Natalia, in the United States to build something called the U.S.-Ukraine Veterans Bridge. And this is it's a process by which veterans in Ukraine can reach out to their counterparts in the United States and try and not have the United States tell you what to do, which the United States loves to do, but rather you all can learn from our lessons. You can learn from the good lessons, and you can learn from the bad lessons, and don't do what we did if it didn't work. And this bridge is comprised of most and the biggest veterans organizations in the United States. It's not a governmental thing. It's veterans helping veterans who have borne the brunt of the fight. So couple more points, and this leads to your question, to a response. From tragedy comes opportunity, and I think I agree with you that this is a moment of opportunity that should not be lost. You have the opportunity to build a Veterans Affairs system that is not based on a pensionier's model, but is based on the principle of the citizen soldier who as a citizen contributes to the economy, to the community, and as a soldier continues to provide for the nation's security as a reservist, or on account of the fact that they have the skills already to serve. But making that move from the pensioner model to the citizen soldier model requires purposeful choices, not ad hoc choices, not random choices, but purposeful choices about prioritizing what you prioritize, who you prioritize. And I'd like to just make 14 more points about that note, 2 more points about that. One, it's for you to decide how to build this new system. I hope you will be guided by 2 principles. And one is principle number 1, that the Veterans Affairs system should be there for the veteran, and especially the veteran who suffered the physical wounds of war or the mental wounds of war, or both, and survivors. And I would, if I were building a system, relentlessly focus on how to drive whatever it is you're doing down to that individual veteran or individual survivor. I have some ideas about how to do that, if you want me to tell you them in a second. The second principle that I would always keep in mind is that Veterans Affairs is a security issue, or as we say in the United States, a national security issue. It's not just what you do for veterans. This is about the security of the country, how you treat veterans and Veterans Affairs, for 2 reasons, 2 essential reasons. One, as the United States learned after World War II, veterans and veterans on this scale, this enormous scale, were an economic mobilizer. They were a machine. You have free education, you don't need a GI Bill, but what people tend to forget about the World War II veterans in the United States is that they transformed the economy and turned it into the powerhouse economy of the 20th century. That wasn't the GI Bill education, that was the veterans and their economic capabilities informed by education. The other reason Veterans Affairs is a security issue and should be treated like a security issue with that priority is because, regrettably, you will face a continuing threat of aggression. And the citizen soldier, the veteran who is returned, may well get called back to duty, as many of the World War II veterans in America were called back during the Korean conflict. So how you treat them makes all the difference in terms of how they will be able to provide for the security of the country and the security of Europe and the security of the United States. Thank you very much, all of you. Now, do you want me to, should I speak?
No, actually,
You tell me what you want me to do. I have a couple more points, but I'll wait and let you.
You just said that we can learn from the bad experience that U.S. had and the failures. And of course, we have so many bad experiences ourselves. I mean, here in Ukraine since 2014. So could you share the experiences that we should not repeat? That,
Sure.
Yeah.
All 48.
Всі 48 причин, дякую. Я розумію, я міг не чіпляти термінал, вже собі... Давайте я спробую перетворити ці моменти на позитивні моменти, намагаючись відповісти на ваше питання. І я буду давати вам свій погляд.
Observer. But one of the things, when the U.S. system has worked well and when it has worked poorly, oftentimes it's when there's a failure to have good process. And process is boring. Nobody wants to talk about process. But good process always results in better outcomes. And what do I mean by good process? In U.S. experience, a lot goes back to just record keeping. If I were on your side of the table, I would be doing everything, and this is one of the most digital countries, digital literate countries in the world, more so than the United States. I would make sure that I'm keeping the best records I can because everything comes back to looking at that record later on. Who were you? Where were you? What happened? And it's very hard in the United States, as I'm sure it is anywhere, when you can't find that record to prove, yes, I was here or I was there. It's important to have advocates for veterans. So again, where you have an advocate who can help you manage the system, whether the system is an economic empowerment tool or the system is healthcare, it's very helpful to have an advocate so the veteran, him or herself, or the survivor, him or herself, is not trying to navigate this thing all by themselves. What we've done in the United States is most law schools have veterans clinics where you can have a law student serve as your advocate for free. So I would look for opportunities to try and create mechanisms of advocacy, adjudication and appeal. So you don't always get the benefit or the item you think you might deserve or have earned. If there's an opportunity, a meaningful opportunity to appeal that, you still may not get all that you think you deserve, but you at least will feel that you have had your opportunity to be heard. And that's very important. And I would encourage that you build that into the system as well. Couple more points, and I think these are responsive. Remember that principle. It's all about getting the benefit, the care, the economic opportunity down to that individual who was the service member. You don't want it to get sidetracked along the way. And one of the things that's complicated in the United States is there's 5,000, I'm making this up, but there's not 5,000, but there's too many bureaucracies, too many bureaucracies. If it's an education issue, you go here. If it's a health issue, you go there. I don't even know where you'd go if you wanted to get a VA loan to start a business. Well, I guess the VA, but it's all very complicated. Yes. Natalia knows our system better than we do now. But I think consolidation is helpful there, so that the veteran doesn't have to go to 43 different agencies to get what they're hoping to get. Last point, and I'll let you ask another question or else tell me to leave. Caring for veterans, drawing from veterans all that they have to give to society, is a whole of society effort. Sometimes I worry, and I think in the United States, the veterans have come home and they say, oh, that's the Veterans Affairs. That's their problem. They'll deal with it. Taking care of our veterans, our citizen soldiers, is a whole of society event, a whole of society effort, because it's a national security issue, it's an economic issue, it's the right thing to do, it's the humanitarian thing to do, all of those above. And oh, by the way, it's the most effective thing to do. And I want it to be effective for those reasons I said. I want Ukraine's economy to grow, and I want Ukraine to be able to provide for its security going forward. So I want the strongest possible Veterans Affairs system here, because I have great respect for you, but because you're providing for our security too. If you know, self-interest is always a good motivator. But what's an example of whole of society? I've talked to veterans from other countries, and a couple of the things they said, I thought those was interesting. They thought the importance of association, that sometimes they would have, they would have associations. They'd have the blank regiment would have an event every year, or this division or this brigade would have an event every year. And to us outsiders, it might look like a social occasion. But to the people, it was an opportunity to see each other and check on each other. And often that was the forum where they identified that Captain Baker needed some help, or that I was suffering from alcohol abuse or PTSD, and I didn't know it or did not want to admit it. So the associations were very important. And in some places, philanthropic efforts by private entities were very important, because they would fill gaps, let's say medical care gaps that might exist, let's say in the limb prosthesis area. And so philanthropies, outside groups, businesses have a big part to play as well, and they should, because it's in their interest, because it builds a more vibrant economy and a more secure society. On an earlier point about veterans and jobs, I always, as a judge, I always hired veterans when I had the opportunity, and as a professor, my veterans will write their resumes, and they'll say things like, I'm making this up, but led scout sniper platoon on, in combat. And I'd say, how many employers do you think know what that means, or would care? And they'd be like, well, that's what I did and I'm proud of it. And I would say, well, what do you think it is about leading a scout sniper platoon that is appealing to an employer? And I would sometimes coach, but the answer was, they were entrusted with vital decisions, and they were given independent authority to do things for which they were held accountable. What employer doesn't want to have that? And the other thing I could always count on with veterans is I didn't have to, instead of asking them to stay late to work on a vital matter, I would have to request that they go home to care for their families. The work ethic is tremendous. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm happy to help any way I can with background, but we have this wonderful U.S.-Ukrainian Veterans Bridge. It's led and driven by Ukrainian veterans. The United States veterans are there to assist when asked and how asked, not to tell anybody what to do or how to do it. Anyway, thank you, sir.
No, thank you, sir. And I mean, now we're gonna give the mic to the audience, because now we have the time for the audience to ask questions. Зараз у нас якраз є час для того, щоб ви могли
Yeah. Now we have this time when you can ask questions from our speakers. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. You will be given a microphone. Please introduce yourself. Tell us whom you're asking. Good afternoon. The microphone is working. The Shinkarenko Marina, Ukrinform. My question was to Miss Yulia, but she is absent, so maybe I hope that this call to the president's office is real. Well, maybe someone else may be able to answer a question. My question, I'm sorry. We were talking about the Institute of Veteran Advisors. It's about to be launched. Do we have information about the number of applications submitted for participation in this project? What are the phases of selection for those candidates? This question is addressed to Ms. Natalia, I guess. Well, this project and the function of the Ministry for Veteran Affairs, but the applications are just being submitted. The process is underway. To understand the phases, all the phases are explained in the website of the Ministry for Veterans Affairs and in the social media. Once again, the fund fulfills their functions, and I can comment where this information may be found. Well, as you understand, those people, who are they? Are they paid workers, paid employees? We have 4 million veterans now. This number is about to grow. So let's assume, what is the number of those advisors that should exist? 500,000. What should be their capabilities? What should be their skills? Do you understand it to the full extent? Because I don't understand it in full. All the veteran advisors that will be selected now, they will be trained on how to work, what will be the exemptions, the opportunities. I don't like the word exemptions, really. The opportunities, what are the opportunities existing for the veterans on a legislative level? People will know it. The correlation between the veterans and the mentors, the veteran aides, I don't know what will be the correlation, but let's say a village with the population of 500 people. Maybe there will be 20 veterans coming back to that village. For a veterans advisor, it's the full-time employment. If they do it on a quality level, they can do it on a volunteer basis, but that experience is from 2014. Come Back Alive won't let me lie, but people may allocate some time for this volunteer job, but to invest themselves in full, they cannot do it because they have to look for opportunities to make some money to feed their families. So those people should be full-fledged specialists who know what's necessary for the veterans, and they should know about the veterans. So they should be the bridge between the veterans. They should be the friends, the partners, the parents of those veterans. I don't like those government things myself. I would be happy if I have a person to whom I can come and they tell me, okay, sign here, here, and here, and you're good to go. I'm sure the veterans deserve it for sure. Please, if you have any more questions, There is a man right there. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Igor, and I represent the Armed Forces of Ukraine. As Mr. Tarasov mentioned, the government will not be able to cover everyone's needs. So what cooperation do you plan with some efficient solutions? You know, there is Masinayem, there is Veteran Hub, there are more people. Do you work in this area? If you do, with whom? If anybody is about to cooperate with you, whom should we address? Because now I've heard a lot of things that you're planning, but the efficient solutions, we cannot lose time to look for something. We know that if anything works, it's a political.
Уважити, що
First off, the service that we have started was prior to what you have mentioned, but I am speaking to you not from the ministry, but from the foundation. Unambiguously, there will be enough work for everybody. The number of families where the fallen heroes are members, it's not the time for competition. It is a time and a place to get united. For example, in this audience, we see people from the UKUM organization. Together with them, we have developed a course for the veterans, where the documents coming from. So I challenge the armed forces veterans to look at these documents right now. We also provide lawyers services with government structures. Together with the IREX organization, there is a number of workshops. We have been doing before with the rating group, now with the lobby group and the work.ua. The cooperation is the way forward, and it has always been so. Having said that, I am aware the subtext of your question, and I challenge everybody working in the NGOs. You know, we are part of the government. We will be living up to our commitments. If the hotlines are working, psychological help that we are providing is available. If that kind of help does not cover all the needs, we will make sure that these services grow. In terms of the retraining of providing health issues, we understand the needs here. We know what is working. And in our Ukraine's Foundation for Veterans, we don't have any prejudices against cooperating with some structures. On the contrary, we are interested in cooperation, in particular, and this is important, with the Veterans Organization. It is a shame to say that while there are so many veterans at the front, the number of veterans organizations is not there, just because people are at the front line. These organizations are presented here in this audience, but they have been taken from the front line. The veterans organizations that represent the best practices, they will be given more and more institutional capabilities. The veterans organizations that we have been talking about so far, the veterans organization is an advocate for needs of other veterans. For them to grow is our priority. The grant programs that we receive are also targeting the veterans institutions. Last week saw the presentation of the program, My Dad Has Come Back from the War. One of the NGOs made up completely of the veterans. So it's a matter of cooperation. This is where 1 + 1 = 11, not 2. So if Nasimayem wants to work with us, we will do our part. In your view, what is the way to go forward in the cooperation field? You see, it all depends on your view. First of all, now we see a lot of people who have been part of the veterans organization. They are part and parcel of the defending of this country. Their role in and their functions after the victory is not clear. We don't know where they are, whether they are in the country or outside, what the situation will be. Currently, there is a window for opportunity. There are opportunities for the new people, and there are a lot of such opportunities. These have been generated by the problems that we see. People are starting to do at least something. This is good. And I believe that some organizations will naturally die. Some of them will grow into something powerful, and they will continue working. What I'm saying is whether government is ready to cooperate with such organizations. The government is ready, or it is saying that they are ready to do everything. It's not a matter of words. It's a matter of efficiency. You see, it's not a matter of ample talk. It's a matter of cooperation. At the back row, I see we've got a question. And you will go next. My name is Haba Shubina from Hubs Inform. My question is this: do you envisage a psychological rehabilitation for the veterans before they get employed, and how this will be effected? And in this country, do we have enough specialists in this area? Back to my previous answer, it's not a particular sphere of interest, but as a doctor, I would tell you the following. The need for the mental health specialists is enormous. The need has not been met, that's for sure. The process must be set up to train, educate, and retrain people. At the Ministry for the Veterans Affairs, we have a register of the people ready to provide such services. Such services will be paid by the state before the employment. Do they need, how do you call it, as a mental health, mental rehabilitation? You see, for a person coming back from the front line to be engaging in full life as a citizen, you see, when you go to the front, you are going through the medical inspection. The same goes here. Your psychological state of mind has to be assessed, and it is followed by some procedures. Another issue is that when a person has been employed, this is something we have forgotten already. Remember the so-called dispensarization. It should be very exciting for the employer so that his or her employees are medically examined to be sure that they can live up to the challenges that they are paid for. It's an issue that has to do with the legal framework and with the issue that you are raising, whether we have enough specialists in the mental health area. I think there is a lack of such specialists, but the First Lady has set up an initiative called the Mental Health of the Nation. Let us break this circle that every veteran suffers from the post-traumatic syndrome. It doesn't equal. This 22 catch must be thrown away. Everyone has to take care of ourselves, of our neighbor. This is a hygienic need for the whole country. From the experience of our hotline, the hotline that is targeting veterans and the families of the deceased, 60% of our clients are men, meaning that we can come up with a ballpark figure, but on average, it looks that we have already set up the help for the military. But how about the civil society? It's an open question. Once again, not every veteran suffers from the post-traumatic syndrome, and vice versa. Let us not, and let us forget all these prejudices. I am a serving officer from the foundation of the veterans organizations that combines about 50% of the active personnel. Now, my message is not a question per se, but this is to add something to what has been said. In the period of almost a year and a half, all the heads of the veterans organizations are at the front. One of them has been killed, or others are in the hospitals. However, we are keeping on. We talk through our chats. In some regions, we have been fulfilling some projects. Over this a year and a half, we have seen a minimal line of communication. I believe it is not sufficient. However, we are seeing a growing number of initiatives. People are discussing the problems of the veterans. The heads, the most active parts of the organizations, they are now actively at the war, and they are asking a question: how about our experience? No one is asking us. We have been fighting for 8 years. You know, I am here. I have left my brothers in arms, but I will come back to them. We have already set up a number of initiatives, but what you are saying here, something new to us. Has it been a problem for you, for your Veterans Foundation, to contact us? We have not been asked, but my point is that I am addressing all the government structures. If the government bodies at the oblast level, in Mykolaiv region, one of the organizations on what you call Veterans Advisor, in our case, I come from Mykolaiv region, and the head of our organization, he is now fighting. There is an active board of our organization. We have never heard about this Veterans Advisor thing. I ask the ministry to make sure for you to know that we don't feel that we are in contact with you. This is, I think, we should word a question. It's not a matter of lack of communication. Perhaps there is not publicity in this communication. Perhaps you might take on board these social networks to make it more efficient. Of course, we are talking about an organization that is effective since 2014, and they're saying that they don't have enough information, in particular about the issues we are discussing at this point in time. You see, there is a communication with us. What I think is happening here, and I will be answering your question later on, social network is an interesting kit in itself. It tells you what you want to see. When you're at war, you are following the side that depict the war and the veterans' affairs. Sometimes they just don't know enough information about these initiatives. We have been in close contact with the organizations to make sure that there are new channels of communications. And unequivocally, this is an important issue for us. The veterans somewhere in the hinterland, veterans that are not using the social networks. Today's event, it is broadcast online, on television. It will be in the major media, print. You see, we are fighting and competing for the information space, and it's important and difficult to fight during the wartime. This is what we've witnessed last year. We are talking about Bayraktar UAVs. You know, they take the priorities in the mass media. It's a matter of what matters for people. People read what they want to read. AI also is inducive in this process. Our ministry is working on this, and we know what the challenges are. The ministry is presented here today. The ministry is developing the Veterans Advisor Program. I hope that people will see this event, that this will trigger enough applications to be part of the Veterans Advisor scheme. This is an opportunity for us to communicate about this initiative. Join us, become Veterans Advisor. You see, we can argue with each other for as long as it takes. It's easy to criticize the state, but it is a matter of practical steps. You see, you're right in saying that there are veterans organizations. They should be taken on board. They should be engaged. Taras, in your take, how do you solve the issue of communicating the information about what you're doing as far as the government is concerned?
Well, it depends on the way you're asking. Well, it's about different things. Those are completely different things. All right, given the fact that we see, well, talking about television, it's more or less under control of the government. I mean, the narrative is controlled by the government. Anything can be promoted there, but the question is how many people watch it. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If we have already started, just like good news, we have good news. We have the veterans who win the contest of Varta. You cannot imagine how many effort should be taken to have that event covered on TV. The more news will be shown on the TV about a veteran who detonated something. So I urge all the mass media, tell us more about the success of our defenders, because the attitude of the society shapes everything else. It shapes the fund, what the government will allocate the funds to. But when our defenders, oh God help them, when people take the uniform off and they become a veteran who is not allowed on a bus because he is exempt of the payment for this bus, it's very mercantile. The defender gives something to me. They actually save our lives, but veteran is a different person. It's somebody for whom I should pay taxes at least. So this gap, it should be decreased. We have to make sure it's decreased. We have to make sure the things that happened after 2014, they don't happen, when veterans were ashamed to say they are veterans, not to take, rather than take pride in it. And the role of mass media, please, the foundation and the ministry, everybody is open. Please come to us, tell us what you have about the veterans. Let us tell about the veterans. Invictus Games, the wounded, the injured veterans who win in the international arena. The cases like that, they should be not only followed, not should be exemplary. Like for me as a civilian, I cannot even imagine how I could make it through a life like that. That's an example for our children. And again, coming back, I keep reiterating this. We may blame the government, we may blame the state, but the state is made of us, each and every of us. And attitude to the veteran is the first of all, how they're being treated on the bus, on the train. We had those cases when there was some smell and they took the veteran off the train. So let's talk about the good stories. Why are we talking about the veterans now? Because there is such an opinion that the military themselves don't like to talk about. Let's talk about the veterans after the victory, but after the victory it will be too late. We had this study last year. There was the full-scale invasion going on. It was 8+ years of the war. In the August last year, 30% of the respondents said that the veteran is the veteran of the World War II. That's it. I have no more questions. Like every person in our close circle, we may ask, here this person is a military, then they are veteran, and then they are military again. They take up the arms back in February last year, and the war which is about to start again, for example, with the people who feel this negative attitude from the society, they say, no, we're out. Thank you. So this is the note we're about to wrap up on. No, there's yet another note. Please, I apologize. This week we're talking about the opportunities about the veterans. So this week we opened the application for a new contest program. So please follow the announcements in our webpage. Is the veterans business without specialization? Well, it's a rather positive note. So please greet Natalia Kalmykova, Ukrainian Veterans Fund, James Baker, Honorary Judge and American Veteran, Taras Chmut, Come Back Alive Foundation. We'll have a small pause, and please come back in 5 to 7 minutes. We'll have another panel. Thank you.
Повноцінне життя – це ноги, руки, ні. Це сила волі. Прагнення – це рух вперед. Кохання, захоплення, майбутнє – це мрія, перемога, гордість і повага. З повагою до тих, хто робить Україну сильнішою.
Він був моїм єдиним сином, єдиним сенсом мого життя.
Він не виходить на зв'язок вже 4 дні. А в новинах повідомили, що на фронті зараз пекло.
Лише закрию очі і одразу повертаюся в ті страшні події. Мені страшно заснути.
Зверніться на безкоштовну гарячу лінію підтримки Українського ветеранського фонду. Не залишайтеся в темряві. Поговоріть із психологом.
Ледь знайшов працюючий магазин. В 3 був, закрито, світла немає. Мені, будь ласка, ось цей букет.
Так вам пощастило, в нас воно і не зникає.
Як так?
Так он генератор на вулиці гудить. Український ветеранський фонд гроші дав.
А що, так можна було?
А чому б ні? Фонд допомагає ветеранським підприємствам.
Цікаво. І що для цього потрібно?
А лише ФОП і ОБД. Ось, наприклад, як у нас з чоловіком сімейний бізнес. До 20 тисяч гривень дають.
Оце я розумію. Чудово! Дякую за букет.
Підтримка українського ветеранського бізнесу вже зараз. Деталі дізнавайтеся на сайті або за номером телефону.
Ми разом. Ті, хто поруч. І ті, хто далеко. Хто мужно тримає нашу оборону. І ті, хто лагідно тримає нашу руку. Хто дочекався. Хто ще чекає. І ті, кого чекають. Хто мріє, хто рятує. Усі, хто є заради тих, хто буде. Ми разом. Ми робимо сильних сильнішими.
вчасно не погоджували.
Друзі, доброго дня. Ми вже готові починати.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are welcome to kick off our second panel. Welcome to our friends, journalists, media. This panel is called Retraining and Education. I think what we are in for is an inspiring speech by Denis Dudnik, who is the entrepreneur and a veteran. He'll be talking about his expertise in getting retrained. Welcome. I am from the city of Irpin. My name is Denis Dudnik. I am the head of the psychological hub called Tento. The mental health hub Tento has been set up due to the efforts of the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation. This is a civil space that embraces people in need of psychological help and support. This is where they can meet the specialists in mental health, hypno specialists, and receive some kind of support or assistance. My personal story perhaps started when I entered the military school after the secondary school. After graduating, I became a pilot at the Bilbek airfield near Sevastopol city. It was the time when the army was effectively being destroyed, so there was no practice, no flights, no sorties, and it looked as if the housing conditions were not there, and I was standing there with a feeling of, standing over the cliff, smoking, seeing the Russian singer Kirkorov, and it gave me an impetus to retire. Well, when I was entering the military school, I thought that that was my lifetime experience that I was in for. But then the reforms in the former Soviet Union, and there I'm standing at the railway station in my military outfit with a fitting coat, military coat, and I thought that my life was beginning from page 1, and I was going back to the drawing boards, and I said to myself, never, never again will I be serving, neither in the French international party or any other military expedition. But they say never. A time came, and it was in 2014, when I volunteered. So it happened that my relative called me that it was a time to answer the call. And this is where I began my service again. Volunteers are people that are sent everywhere. The most probing time was the winter time of 2014 to 2015. The temperatures were up to -30 below centigrade, and we were on duty. And so it happened that everyone got sick, and we were on duty every other 24 hours, and then it was every day 24 hours duty. Then we were fired by the multiple launch rocket systems. You will remember when the bus of civilians was attacked. It was exactly on my duty, on my watch. And, they looked at us and they said, how can you survive such circumstances? And they offered us a rotation. Then we recovered. What can I say about the rehabilitation system then? It was very much Soviet style. the Afghan veterans, of course, you know what was called then Afghan syndrome. They were granted some perks, but the main therapy that they offered to themselves was alcohol. But fast forward to 2015, we saw a powerful volunteer movement. Everyone was doing what they could. They invested their time and effort into this. We studied what can be done. In this audience, I see people who were very active then to make sure that the veterans were helped. And I communicated with the American servicemen and women, with the American veterans, and I was asking them about their system of military rehabilitation. Methodologies were not developed then, and our American friends said, veterans are the coolest persons in the state. All the businesses, the coolest businesses are those set up by the veterans, and the veterans organizations are the most respected body in the States. Situation here was different. You know, there was an atmosphere where everyone was equal. What mattered was that you should be mentally healthy, that you should be having your job, your pension is paid, that's it. Of course, this is all a fairy tale, but step by step, the government somehow looked at the needs of the veterans, and you can't avoid such a situation. After the volunteer battalions were disbanded and everyone was put in one regiment, I participated and served in such a German, and I will not share with you horrific statistics where the combat losses were very high. And that meant that some veterans were retiring, shall I say, very loudly, banging the doors. And this is where I see the situation growing. It's good that the Ministry for the Veterans Affairs is doing a massive amount of work. Ukrainian Veterans Foundation is setting up some exciting projects. All this began to function back then. But prior to the full-scale invasion, what we saw, you know, it was a very slow process, very cumbersome. We didn't know what was going to happen, whether it would be efficient. Perhaps there are other needs that should be taken care of. Political life was very active then because, you know, everyone is a politician. But when the invasion started, I was in the city of Bucha on the 24th of February, right there.
I can even say that even the directors of the coolest action movies, they don't have enough imagination to demonstrate what was going on there. Those helicopters and mass, the fighter jets, well, it was horrible over there. And it happened so that I said it for the second time, that never ever again, but again, all that month I've spent it in Irpin. I was defending Irpin. I'm the seal of Irpin. And until the very moment of its liberation, I was injured there. I spent 5 days in the hospital, and then I've come back. And after Irpin and Bucha were liberated, our psychologists came back and we started providing the psychological first aid, and there was a plenty of people to provide that aid too, because, you know, it's such a stain on the military honor, you know, those from the part of Russian Federation who were coming there, there were such horrible cases when a woman was hiding in a cellar, in a basement for a month. She didn't even know that the city was liberated, and now we've already proceeded to that point where we provide psychological first aid during the war. We realized the scale of this process, and we've started to set up the training courses for psychological first aid for the businesses and organizations. This is what was dictated by our experience, because there is a stigma in many people, specifically in civilians, that I'm if you talk to a psychologist, it means you're a psycho. And when people start training this psychological first aid, they pay more attention to their psychological condition, psychological health, as well as to the psychological health of those around them, and they look more thoroughly at the relations they build. And it's very important right now what has happened to the system of rehabilitation within this period. Well, yeah, I can see a very good progress here. The First Lady, Olena Zelenska, she implemented this psychological health program, the program for psychological health support, and it's very good if we make it what we've started. If we make it until the end, it will be very cool. Some of the directors of the communities, their nightmares may not be coming true. We would be ready to accept the challenge that exists, that we're facing, and the challenge is formidable because we have information. The deputy chair of the medical psychology in the Institute of Bogomolets said that 90% of the Ukrainians need psychological support. And, well, we cannot dispute it. You cannot dispute the statistics. So this is why I would like to proceed to thanks. I want to thank the Ukrainian Veterans Fund. I want to thank the Ministry for Veterans Affairs for promoting this, for continuing to destroy that rock, for continuing paving this way, for creating senses, for continue creating very correct and interesting projects. Thank you very much. But please tell us how can you be found by the people, and how do you decide whom you can provide the psychological aid, and whom do you forward to your colleagues? Well, we are in the magazines, and we're in the we are online. Just Google Tento for the military, and for internally displaced persons. Our psychological first aid for these categories is free, but this is what we focus on now because it's a global issue. Therapy, you know what therapy, the problems that people were facing before the full-scale invasion, comparing to what they are facing during the full-scale invasion, well, you know, those are very different things. That's why we work specifically on that problem, psychological first aid. Mr. Denis, thank you very much. Denis Dudnik, entrepreneur, veteran, our first speaker. Let's thank him. Let's wish him to preserve his enthusiasm from Belbek, to preserve it for years to come. I will give the floor to our speakers one by one, and based on my experience, I can say that communicating with the guys who come back, I understand as a journalist that we have a lot of opportunities. There is a lot of veteran foundations, many organizations work on supporting the retraining, employment, but we're still lacking a lot of navigation for the people who come back. Where should they go? Where to find the information? What to start with? And all those good resources, initiatives, how can they be united in one resource so that those who look for help for navigation, I think that this is one of the principal tasks, how to engage the resources of civil organizations and the government resources, whom to start with, whom to help first thing in Ukraine, who needs maybe some support from abroad. So now I want to give the floor to Ruslana Velychko, first Deputy Executive Director of the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation, and I think that we are about to hear a lot of answers to the questions that are frequently asked. Ukrainian Veterans Fund, when we started working, we've realized that there is a lot of initiatives from both the civil society, and actually we were starting during the time of the full-scale invasion. We were realizing that a lot of businesses will join us and it should be coordinated somehow, and we started making sociological studies, because to do something good for the people you need to ask them what they actually need. And Miss Natalia has already mentioned it. When we started questioning businesses whether they wanted to employ a veteran, they were saying yes, yes, and those 28% who said, who were mentioned, the 28% of the veterans who still cannot find the employment, they made us ask these number of interesting questions that we decided to cover in this study and to find answers somehow, because we've realized that we definitely were asking a wrong question. We were asking it in a wrong way, not like whether you want to employ a veteran, but under what conditions would you employ a veteran, because we have to live in a real world, both the employers and those who look for jobs. We have to understand that a good guy is no profession. We have to understand that certain skills are required for certain jobs, and now we're trying to somehow unite it. We appreciate the input of WorkUA and WorkX. They help us to unite the veterans and the employers in one platform, because everybody does a lot. However, the statistics say something else, something different. This is why the topic of retraining and education, we see that more than 50% of the veterans say that they are about to lose the competences they used to have in a civil life. And it's clear, because we all have to understand that over there, being in the ranks of the armed forces, defending our country, being somewhere fulfilling your certain task, you work as a team mostly. If now we look at different studies about employment and jobs, now after COVID, very little number of people are coming back to the offices. They work remotely as a freelancers, and in many cases alone, but the veterans are used to working in a team. And that's the first nuance, that it should be also taken into account, these kind of stories, and there's a lot of such nuances. This is why we need to engage absolutely all the resources available for the time being, and what we're trying to do now, we've done it with the online training course, where we did not talk about some celestial materials, but we were talking about some mundane things. We had this experience where we were talking to the veterans about something celestial, and now we download the final state examination. So we have to talk about something that will help them to make money. So we launched this training course. We started working with the American Institute, which we incredibly appreciate. And we've also launched in coordination with them an English language training course, and we tried to use all the opportunities available, because this type of opportunities, this type of collaborations, this is something that is more plastic than work with more flexible than work with the universities, because the veterans are adults, they're grown-ups. We cannot, for example, take United States as the example, because the veterans serve, say, 22, 27 years over there, and then they start practicing some other job. But in our case, veterans are 35, 37 years old, and they had some profession before that. They took up the arms to defend the country, and it's not a fact that they come back. I'm not talking about their physical condition, but rather psychological condition. It's very difficult to come back from military service, to come back to civil life, because when you work there as a team, you can rely on your brothers in arms. You were having meals together, you were spending nights together. It's the common life in a team, and it's difficult to withdraw from this way of living. And as the veterans say, this is the biggest way of friendship, and it's very difficult to adapt to the civil life after that. This is why we have to orient more at certification programs at business schools. For example, we have to orient at some industrial professions. The market will need to rebuild this country. If we hope that someone else will rebuild the country for ourselves, I have bad news for you. It's gonna be us, those who were doing it before. No one will have some new abilities after this. This is why we have to continue catching up, and we have to continue engaging more resources, because in the United States, for example, the veterans are provided the LinkedIn premium account for free. Also, there is a Google program where if you are a veteran, you may study coding from scratch. It can be UX or something else, completely different stories. And further on, they try to employ them. You see those big companies, they undertake this responsibility to employ them, which doesn't happen in our case. We have a lot of big companies. They come up with the initiative, we'll teach you to code, and then that's it. It's good if the veterans start making something on freelance, but frequently it happens so that it doesn't happen.
That is why when you have said A, you're supposed to pronounce B. Once you have started to work with these kinds of stories, they should be brought to fruition. Thank you. If I may, Ruslana, a couple of questions. You mentioned that your poll said that perhaps the wrong question was asked. Now, in the current legislation, what are the benefits, the instruments of how to engage veterans? Have this been done legislatively? At the legislative level, the story is that disabled persons must be employed. We know how it's working. I don't think that this is a good experience to repeat, if I were to be honest with you. I would mention here, and Ms. Natalia mentioned this, the way it's working in the States. The enterprises that fail to provide jobs for a certain amount of veterans will be deprived of the possibility to participate in the state procurement. This is your civil commitment. If you have failed to live up to your civil commitment, you're out of the game. What you're saying is that this is a public contract, or it should be done legislatively. Both. It should be provided for in the legislation at the level of the public contract. The war will not end tomorrow, neither will it end the day after tomorrow, whether we wish it or otherwise. The veterans must be employed, or their families. You mentioned something that I think the panelists will be talking about later on in terms of the retraining and the way to support the veterans. But for the people coming back from war, looking for new ways to follow, what is the point of reference where they should be looking for? Remember, the president once mentioned the nanny industry. Who is the nanny here? You know, this is a good phrasing that the best way to follow is to follow what the Ukrainian Veterans Fund is publishing. The nanny idea is good, but the people coming back from the front, they have grown accustomed to living in their community, in their team, to trusting their commanders. But on the other side, there are people who have shown their initiative right there in the army. How successful these people become in setting up their own business. Is it the army is the place of experience where people try and know that they are good for their own business? Let us remember that veterans are the people with a very sharp feeling for justice. Let us be frank here. There is a little place for people who are very sensitive in terms of the justice. But more than 60%, if my memory serves me right, of the people canvassed in our latest study called The Portrait, the Profile of the Veteran, 60% of them mentioned that they are eager to set up their own business. And this is good, that people begin to show their initiative. They stand ready to provide changes in this country. Once we are working with the veteran businesses, I am particularly impressed the way the veterans are doing their business. Currently, we are working with the businesses that have been relocated 3 times or even more, and they have not been disappointed. They are beginning from square one. They are ready to do something. They are trying, not even trying, but they give 50% of their proceeds to the army. This is because what you say, they're not into the kickbacks to the authorities, but rather they're into the language of sharing with the army. Yes, this power is exciting. Your business, your house has been ruined for the 3rd time, and you're beginning again. In a 6 months' time, they show us that this is the sewing plan that we have set up. We began with one sewing machine, and now we have the whole industrial complex. Next person to talk is Irina Svitova, is the director of the American University Kyiv, one of the educational establishments that has been opened downtown Kyiv. Thank you. I think I will share with you a couple of words about our educational establishments. This is a new one. Perhaps not everyone is aware about the American University Kyiv. It's the first private university that follow the highest American standards of curriculum and education. We are working with the cooperation with the Arizona State University, one of the most innovation-driven universities in the United States. Our bachelor's and master's degrees are taught exclusively in English in the IT management and business spheres, including entrepreneurial studies, and our students get the double diplomas, the Ukrainian format and the American format, because we are following the curriculum of Arizona State. We have a lot of international professors, and the students receive a global spectrum of knowledge and skills. Our university launched its activities right on the eve of the full-scale war in February of 2024. It was quite a challenge to us, as you will imagine. As an investor of the university and the team of the university has stayed the course, and in September 2024, we saw the first enrollment, 122 students, 89 of those master's level, and the rest 60 bachelors. You know, our student population is made up of ambitious people, people with a global vision, full of wish to study, to get trained, to grow professionally here in Ukraine, something that we encourage them to do. We don't want them to go abroad. What we want to do is to provide a highest quality education for the Ukrainian students, for them to work for the good of this country and for the recovery of this country. American University is an education providing freedom. This is our slogan that we invented before the war, but it has acquired a new meaning because freedom is a DNA of the Ukrainian nation. American University Kyiv is student-focused. The student is the center of all the decisions of the academic decisions. They're equal with the faculty. The office door is open of our rector is open to every student. Students are enjoying the possibility to grow. They enjoy the freedom of speech, of choice, the freedom to grow the way they see it most fitting. Our mission is to educate future leaders of Ukraine in order to help this country to meet the societal challenges and to encourage the transformation of this country to be more flexible, to be student-oriented, and to be career and experience-focused. In order to implement such a vision, we began to provide the fellowship of the wartime, half and half for the masters and for the bachelors. And in 2023, we have begun the cooperation with the Ukrainian Veterans Fund, and we appreciate their participation and their engagement and readiness to help the future of the warriors and the children of the soldiers. Currently, this year has seen a launching of the fellowship that is called Need-Based Scholarship, a fellowship that is granted, this is a full coverage, 99.9% granted to the servicemen of our Ukrainian armed forces, their siblings and their families, when and if the veteran joins the master's degree. And also we grant this to the children affected by the war, children of the servicemen and children who have lost their parents if they join the bachelor's course. When we talk about the possibilities, an adult veteran and the possibilities offered to them. These people used to have their professions. They have had a serious experience. They are mature people who have joined the war. Our master's courses offer a wide spectrum of opportunities. For example, our master's programs include people whose average age is 35 years old with the 5-year experience. These are not young generation. These are the people who seek for some professional upgrade, perhaps looking for other avenues in their professional development to receive some high-quality skills. Our president, Daniel Rice, is very active in fundraising. He's been talking to business communities in the United States, including American charities. So we have a special foundation for this, for covering this 99.9 fellowships for the people with the military experience or those affected by the war. We have also taken on board to administer and manage this program the International Institute of Education, a body that has seen more than a century-old experience. They are active in 180 countries of the world, providing fellowships of high quality, such as Fulbright Fellowship, and with the cooperation with them, the money mobilized in the United States, we provide a high-quality education here in Ukraine. And I'm sharing this information about our projects and the possibilities for the veterans and their children. And we encourage you to apply for such a fellowship at our site of American University, Kiev. We have prolonged the deadline for this particular fellowship for the bachelor until the end of July and till the end of August for the masters. So we are open-hearted in this endeavor of ours to make sure that we are not looking at this whole process from a side. We want to provide a possibility of professional growth and to make sure that these people, the veterans, are integrated into the society and into the professional life.
Ms. Ola, question to you. So can you give us more detail? Now there is admittance to your university. Do the veterans compete between them for those licenses if you teach in English language and the language of the level of the applicants would not be enough? Do you provide any English language training course? Yes, thank you for this question. I'll give you the details. That's a specific type of scholarship, and that's only for those who are affiliated with the battle operations. The veterans and children of the veterans, bachelor and master degree, they don't compete with anyone else. That's the specific scholarship foundation. Our plan is to raise at least $250,000 for that scholarship foundation, and if a person enters for a bachelor program, they will have free training, free tuition, and it will be completely free of charge to them. As to the English language, that's a real pressing issue because the tuition is in English and there are many native speakers, and if people don't have a language level at least B1 according to the international certificates, it will be very difficult to study because they will need to read, to write, to communicate in English. They have to have a full range of English language skills, but this year we don't establish any English language training courses to improve English language skills. So in this case, we urge those who speak English at least at B1 level, and in fact we have a sufficient number of applicants for this scholarship, and we were really surprised with what professional background people come to us after coming back from war, and we were impressed by their level of English too. So yes, such people really exist, and they are exactly those ones whom we invite to integrate in global businesses. Is there an opportunity for inclusive study? I mean, if people are non-military, yes, absolutely. We were building the university keeping in mind that the inclusivity should be established for all the categories, for those categories who have some types of disability, some types of impairment. So in May we've opened the campus of the university. It's a building of the river port. We have elevators there for people using wheelchairs. We have braille script for the people who have impaired vision. Yes, we understand their needs, we understand the current situation, so we've taken everything into account. Thank you. I will give the floor to another colleague of yours who represents the education sphere. If I may add a couple of words. I'm a deputy head of the Ukrainian Veterans Movement. I'm the active serviceman. I'm a veteran since 2014. And when we talk about retraining, education, I would like to mention the program of the Ministry for Veteran Affairs for professional retraining, which is in effect now, and to tell the people who obviously don't know how it functions, well, but to tell you that from the beginning, I would like to bring our level a little bit down. Now we're in the capital. We have big regional capitals then, and then we go down to the level of the smaller district centers, and then we go to the communities level. So now the percentage of the men, objectively men make 80–85% of the armed forces, and the percentage of the veterans, you see, the lower it goes, the bigger the percentage of the veterans. That's obvious. I don't have exact data, but I know for sure that when I come to a small, say, district center and there are 400 men on service, which make 30% of the male population of the same age. So I understand the redistribution in this district center, and what's important is the quality of services there. It's not only about this retraining and education services, but it's the level of services on all levels. I would like to show you how it happens. Maybe you don't know how it happens. Probably you don't know what's going on in the veterans' heads this time. Sergey, can you please help me a little bit? Bring that small desk over there. And I will need a person who would help me. You will just have to sit on that end of the desk. Imagine I am a veteran, I'm clad in civil clothing, I'm coming to a social protection institution, social protection department. So you have a volunteer right there. Oh, okay, so you're the volunteer, so look, there is a chair. So social protection office in a district center. That's a 100% horrible building, 100% horrible office, and this desk looks 100% horrible too, and that person in front of the veteran may be burnt out, most likely very burnt out, and that person, you know, the topic of veterans is important for them, but they have a pile of papers on their desk and the workload is colossal. And the veteran, does anybody have dark glasses. It's very important. I forgot why a veteran comes wearing dark glasses. Have you noticed it? The veterans wear dark glasses frequently because previous evening a veteran was having a party with another friend of his, probably a veteran too. They decided to become an IT specialist to master a new profession. That's a very realistic situation. And they discussed it in the evening that they would want to enter the computer academy step because there's a lot of advertising, a lot of commercials of that academy. Well, maybe with water, with a bottle of water in his hand. So the veteran knows such program exists. So I know this situation in very profound details. I will talk for the specialist too. So, because this is how the veteran comes, and he says, I want to enter the computer academy. The specialist takes his papers. Well, most likely they go elsewhere to look for the papers. I don't remember the number of the decree. It's the first veteran who comes today. He says, well, I need to sort things out right here. So he starts looking through the papers and like, okay, well, we can do it, I guess. They call the lawyer. The lawyer comes. They look through the papers again, and they say, like, you need to go to the computer academy step, and they need to submit the training plan according to our form, have it approved, then write a letter, sign an agreement. I'm telling you this because I was a head of Veterans Union, and I thought one of the very little number in Ukraine that those idiotic programs, it's a non-efficient, non-working program which was only used to obtain driver's license. I thought it to have the people study the English language. You cannot imagine how many circles of hell we were going through. We've undertaken this responsibility as a union. We were following our brothers in arms, our veterans, so this thing doesn't work. And in the same way, nothing works now. We just have to realize it. We have to recognize it, and when we talk about it, like, you know, we do the war with the military. No, the military are at the war. Well, the performance is over. I hope you've sensed this atmosphere. What I wanted to communicate to you, I don't understand who's that idiot. I would like to see him. Maybe they still work with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. So who is that person who created that program? I would like to see them, to ask them, have you ever even tried to go there and to ask somebody how this program works? But those programs are not so numerous, but that program is specifically for the veterans. I mean, apart from the employment service programs, what it should be looking like. You see, the veterans like Sergei, and if there are more servicemen, they will not let me lie. In the army, you are perceived as anybody other than a human being. You're a slave, you're an animal, anybody other than a human. And then you retire from the army, and then you think, why do I need this step academy? Go get the driver's license. But I got it already. I will summarize it the way I would like to see this working. The way I've seen it, I was trying to communicate this to the local administration, but then the war has started. But in my opinion, first, the veterans are entitled to get retrained for any profession, any number of times, because people have the right to study. Well, they start to study and it just didn't go the right way. It's more advantageous for the society to give the veteran that opportunity to study 4 times rather than to sort out the consequences. and this service should be available for everybody, because frequently it happens so when people try to master the new profession, they are not in a condition in which they can walk around and fill piles of paper. And the third thing, in my opinion, there should, I'll give you this idea, so some material for reflections. It should be paid by the veteran 10%. I've seen it with my own eyes. People go to the training course, and in a month, half of them do not attend, but we have to cover our costs, and now there is a lot of problems coming out. It's like those who were providing the service, they were taking 30 people, and now it's only 15 people attending, so it's not right to close that course. And it turns out, like in our case, they were making the counterfeit certificates of graduation. So there should be a very transparent mechanism of funding. For example, 10%. It can be a different type of tool, but if it is the first grade, it's 10%, and then 20% for all the subsequent courses or grades. It's my motivation. If I'm ready to study, if I'm ready to pay those 20%, why would I not be given this opportunity? It's very simple. It should be some special card, you know, like there was like electronic support, a very facilitated option. Any organization providing education services, whether it's a 3-day training, anything, I should be entitled to this education. Well, 4 million of servicemen will not go for retraining. Let's look at it realistically. But if we invest 1 billion of hryvnias, they will be coming back as a tax proceeds, maybe in a year, maybe in 2 years. In my opinion, those are such a profound processes. They are so complicated, but they should be basically built in the right way, because when a person comes from the first time at this system, they just push them out. They don't come back for the second time. Moreover, our brothers and arms, they will not come back to your center because they are demotivated. It's very important. It's not important whether you see any expression of love. It may be happening even online, but it should be happening in a way that the veterans feel some love. So this is why it's necessary to destroy to the ground all the methodology of our perception of the government services. Everything related to the veterans should be destroyed to the ground, and we should build it from scratch. How to do it? I don't have this answer yet. I can still cover myself with the fact that I'm serving, and you can take care of it. I apologize for taking this time, but it just happened so that I was called for the service.
As a way to respond, I have this to say. Everyone understands this, but unfortunately we are in a situation where there is a constitution. If the government has offered some services, some preferences, some perks, these cannot be taken away to diminish our rights. What we are facing here is when there are some populist histories or novelties in the legislation. What we see as an effect is that the state budget is challenged. The legislation has provided for everything. It has been calculated, I'm sorry to say, but the fact that if you are a father of 3 kids, you are not mobilized. You shall not be called up to the army. It's not, this norm is not lived up to because it's too expensive for the government. But the populist cries where we see the situation when some bills or some services are doubled in their scope. Another thing to understand is that when did you set up your ministry? 2019. Until then, what we saw, and before that we had the Ministry for Social Protection, etc. But effectively, we see that 22% of the employees are engaged in working with the veterans. There is not a unified approach. There is not a single window where the veteran can turn to. But this idea of veterans advisor is the idea when there is a negotiator for the veteran, a broker for the needs of the veteran. This is how it's working. And let us be honest here. Sometimes you are pushed away, and sometimes they say, oh, this is not the place to turn to. You should go to another office. And remember that veterans, again, will be pushed away. And in the end of the day, what we see, they come back with their friends or relatives in the rioters' manner. And then we read this on the news. But we should be mindful of what this person has experienced in his post-war life when he becomes the centerpiece of the news. We should be mindful of how he or she has been treated that has led to some incidents. This is where we should be mindful of the psychological rehabilitation. And this is not where I am talking about social rehabilitation. There is a matter of mental health rehabilitation. Thank you, I have to go. My question is about the age of your students. We will be asked specific questions. Who do you address? Are you talking specifically about the American University? And the second question is, you mentioned the scholarships. How big the scholarship is for a full-day study, or whether you have to give up your previous job and go full-time student. As for their age, thank you for your question. I can't answer your question. Legislative, I don't know what is the upper age of the people who are entitled for education. If I am a pensioner, am I allowed to join the student population? You see, there is a restriction as far as the free state education is granted. Once you are paying for education, you are not limited in your age. Let us concentrate on the second question. Collegiately, we have decided that there is no restriction as for your first question. Our oldest student, to the best of my knowledge, is somewhere in the ballpark of 45 or 46 years old. As for the full-time study at the American University, Kiev, these are not those who will be getting a diploma. We are providing studies at the weekend, so for the weekend you have to give up on your job. And there is another way of proceeding, is the online education. This fall we have launched a so-called hybrid education. You can go offline into the auditorium where the professors are reading lectures. If you are not in Kiev, for example, you're likely to watch these lectures online, to communicate with your teachers or with your student peers And so there is a possibility of getting education and working at the same time. And another good point is this. This hybrid format implies that there is no distinction between offline or online students. Today, you can go offline, come on the premises to the university campus, and I think it's very important for the veterans. The veterans, the military feel like being part of the team. So you can go to the university campus today, and tomorrow, for some circumstances, you can join in online. I think when you're asking about scholarship, it's not a scholarship for the study, but rather the scholarship, what scholarship for your living. What I'm saying is this: if a person is jobless now, or if he is compelled to give up on his job to go full-time, this scholarship covers the payment for your education fee. It does not provide a fellowship for your living needs. It only covers your tuition fee. You see, there is an idea that if you receive a scholarship, you are supposed to pay back once you get employed. You see, it all depends. It all depends on the motivation of a specific student. As a university, we do not demand any kind of payback or any other form of paying back of this scholarship. I give the floor to the representative of the Ukrainian Catholic University. She also is engaged in the online education. I am representing Ukrainian Catholic University. It's a private university, and we are the so-called non-for-profit university. All the talented youth of ours are receivers of scholarship for a number of years now. Our rating of the enroll on intake are the best of the best. They end up at our university, and we appreciate that trust. This time, I would like to concentrate not on our university, but rather on the initiatives as far as the veterans are concerned. We have been doing this for quite a long time, beginning with the anti-terrorist Operation Veterans. We launched a program for these kinds of veterans, how to begin your business, and a number of alumni of ours have been in touch with us. They come back for other programs at our university. We also offer scholarship for the veterans, for example, master's degree on public administration. This is because we believe very strongly that the veterans will be very good at public service, which is good for the country in general. As of today, we have 29 alumni of the public administration program who are either the veterans of the anti-terrorist operation or the veterans of the current war. Overall, we are a small university compared to the government-run universities. Since the beginning of the war, we've been thinking a lot about our participation, our role in this war, what we can do, how to scale up the drives that we have initiated amongst the limited number of students and a limited number of faculty. A couple of days ago, we elected a new rector, and he has come up with a new program. He's been serving his 5-year-long office term, and his program in this respect is called Healing the Wounds of War. So we will pay a lot of attention to this particular vision to set up something new for this country. First of all, we are working on setting up a unified office for the veterans, something that has been the focus of today's talk. This program will perhaps not cover all the challenges. It's not of that scope. It will be targeting our alumni, the alumni who are veterans and their families. And of course, this program will focus on all the educational possibilities that we can grant and offer to the veterans or to their families. This is one point. In other words, we are taking on board the American experience as a Catholic university. We are part of the network of the European Catholic universities. Notre Dame University is a well-known American university. We've been talking and staying in touch with them on this issue in particular. As for the scaling up, both Natalia and Ruslana mentioned our joint initiative for the veterans. We believe in partnership. We believe that separately we can do much less compared to what we can do together. This is a basic course for a person who comes back from the front line. This program answers the first needs of a male or female veteran, people who are looking for new ways of their lives. We offer information at the university website, so I encourage you to respond to our initiatives, and of course it's free of charge. This is a newly born program. Up to 350 participants are there, but Natalia has mentioned that you can not compete with other discourses. You know, social networks pay special attention to the word war. So it's a good opportunity for me to share this information about our programs and curricula. What are other things that we are thinking about? There are a lot of members of our university community who are at the front, or those who have been killed in action. We are trying to support them financially, psychologically, and socially. As a university, we have come to understanding that the best contribution to our fallen heroes is to honor their memory and to preserve their memory. I think we have set up 5 specific scholarships named after the heroes who have fallen in the war, our alumni. What we do is this: we set up a stable foundation for the next generation of the Ukrainian youth to be receiving a scholarship named after a Ukrainian hero.
And in the same way, we were working recently with MBA students from Stark Business School, one of the reputed American business schools, and they were helping us to develop a project related to the work with the veterans. There's a lot of good developments. We want to continue making a new course for the veterans, and I think the next thing we are about to do is to make it in a hybrid format, partially online, but at least for a week or for a couple of days, to have those people come to the campus to know each other, to meet each other. And we believe in building communities. We continue building communities. Our community is very powerful. It's very important for the veterans. We mentioned it today already. We know that the veterans have better trust to each other, and they're more inclined to hire each other or have each other as business partners. So we want to create those conditions where veterans meet each other during the study, so they meet their new employees or the new business partners, and to support each other that way. Another project that we are currently submitting. We want to work with the wives of the military and the veterans because they are a little bit so, we talk a lot about the veterans, but their families, they stay at home. We know such women, they are usually very active. They become volunteers whether they want it or not. They arrange for help for their husbands, they establish some smaller businesses, and they need communication with each other too, because not everyone can understand them in a way that they can understand each other, because they're going through similar things. So we want to establish this training for the wives or widows of the servicemen, so they can develop their entrepreneurship potential to scale up their businesses, to look and find new ideas. So I think that's it. If I may, a small question. It originates from this conversation with you, the observation of the higher educational institutions, that it's mostly girls who enter higher educational institutions, not the boys. Don't you think, aren't we afraid that we are about to lose this passion in the education environment, in the students' environment? How to preserve this passion in the higher educational institutions like yours? Well, probably it may sound like a joke, but the girls have their chance in this country too, so it's not so bad, But talking seriously, I don't really think, I still believe, well, there is a small number of boys in bachelor's programs. They prevail in master's programs, so they compensate for it in a way. So I believe that those who go abroad, they get good education, they meet new people, they study foreign languages, they will be able to develop the international network, to have new business partners they find abroad. We just have our mission to preserve those contacts, to make sure they don't forget their roots. But where they study is not so important. It may be even of advantage to us. Thank you, Ms. Ruslana. Thank you. And I want to give the floor to Tatiana Zhukova, All Ukrainian Youth Non-Government Organizations, Social Sector. Thank you very much for the invitation. I appreciate the invitation by the Ukrainian Veterans Funds. We are one of the organizations which is a winner of the program Barta plus GO. I want to tell you about our program. It's over now, but I hope it would continue. So our program is specifically for the women. It's the program called From Idea to Your Own Business, and the essence of this program is to support our girls. They are combatants, also the mothers, the wives of those who served, those who perished, and a part of them were internally displaced persons who were affected by the war too, and they have their they have military in their families. It turned out that the family is quite interesting, so I'm not ashamed of it. It's my pleasure to introduce this program. So we planned three classes, 25 persons each, and in March, April, in May we had training, and all the classes were full. It took us a long time to admit the first class, but in case of second and the third class, the number of applications was twice bigger than we could afford. Well, the women are wonderful. While training, they were already united in some communities in collaboration. The one woman, She was residing in the Donetsk region and she lost her business there. And right there was another girl who had a plot inherited from her grandmother, and they were already organizing an agrarian enterprise, an agrarian business there. So it was 4 days training for each class. Our instructors are the permanent instructors. Anna Phil, quite renowned instructor, then Lyudmila Kulayeva. They were having offline training for our girls, and then within a month our girls had the mentor support. So we have a team of mentors, about 60 persons, specifically women, who supported them offline, and they were helping the girls to put together the business plans, to submit applications for the grants, because many of them were saying, yes, I want to, but they didn't know how to have it all structured properly. So they underwent that study, and everybody who wanted were able to work with the mentors. It was not mandatory, because if people don't see any possibility to move on, they were just communicating with the psychologists. And during our event, there was the only man, Ilya Novikov. He is an instructor too, so he was training the girls online in Canvas technique, the creation of business plans. And a famous psychologist, Olena Rychalska, also expressed her intention and desire to work with us. She has a classes online which helped the girls to better know each other and to understand whether people have proclivity to business generally. And we also had even the astrologist addressing us, who who was going to help the girls. Well, they really come to him and he tells them when to start the business, in which area. Well, it's cool generally. We still get the requests for study, for admittance, but our grant expired. Hopefully we will submit another application and we win. But another thing we're planning, if anybody is interested, on the 15th of July at 11 o'clock, we will have a presentation of the best cases. Our girls will present their best cases, what they've learned, and someone was even able to start their business already. Some may have started a coffee shop, some may have won some grants, but some are still planning to start their businesses. But you will be able to hear to their stories in Ukrainian Crisis Media Center, 2 Hreshatek Street. If you hear from the girls directly, maybe it will be more interesting to you. Ms. Tatiana, but what were the most popular areas of business where the girls were studying their businesses? Well, the girls will be girls. We were baking, the girls were making their uniforms or their military underwear. For the women, they think it's not sexy enough. They should not look terrible for each other wearing that underwear. And what's interesting? The psychological support centers are a very popular area of work. The girls from different regions, they started cooperating and they wanted to establish a system, not open one single psychological support center, but open a network of centers in different regions, so they get united in one organization. So they want to support the other women, the other females, both military and the wives and mothers of the military. So it's very interesting to observe the way that the girls support each other. We had 3 classes and they were all different. You see, the first one, they were hugging each other and whimpering. In the end, they were seeing their future and they got united. Another class was very, very active with that. They will be the ones who will establish the businesses and we will solve all the problems in the country. But for the time being, they turn out to be the most passive. And the third class was the most recent. They seem to be more experienced and they seem to know what to do. So we expect from them that shortly they are about to change the country. So please come on the 15th of July at 11 o'clock to see us. Thank you, Mr. Tana. So please tell us, to summarize it, what was the most incredible business idea you were impressed with? Well, not incredible. They're all interesting. You know, the girls, they are cool generally. But I've loved the idea of children's rehabilitation through theater. A famous actor, Victoria Bila Andrashuk, she's a volunteer and she sees herself in this business. She wants to support the children, those children who lost their parents. And she's a famous actor and a director, quite experienced, so she wants to create this theater to help those kids. Volodya Rashuk, by the way, he's in the front lines too. He's an actor too, so he's ready to come back after the victory when we drive the enemy back. And then he's ready to come back and to get involved in this initiative. So she motivates it with the statement that they're kids and she wants to move in that direction. Thank you, and I'm giving the floor to Svyatoslav Mykolaichuk, Podolian Agency for Regional Development, NGO. It's the organization based in Vinnytsia that from the beginning of the full-scale invasion switched to support of those who were affected by the war. It's a relocated business. There is a lot of businesses who were relocated to Vinnytsia region. They are the vulnerable categories of population, of local population who were affected by the consequences of war. We understand the life is getting more expensive and so on and so forth. Yet another area we work in is, and where Ukrainian Veterans Foundation supports us, is the creation of Genesis Rehabilitation Center that we have already established. In fact, we have two venues, one in the private property and another one was a property of the municipality. We convinced them to allocate funds for the capital repair, capital overhaul, and the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation helped us with the equipment for the training and the medical equipment, specialized computers and VR technologies, augmented reality. We have a famous Dmitriev, a rehabilitologist which specializes in phantom pains and chronic pains, is the technology of the Swedish Institute of Pains. I'm talking about the augmented reality. From other sources, we engage international donor institutions for procurement of rehabilitation equipment, and the concept is such that there are two areas of work. One, when a veteran comes back, if they need a medical rehabilitation, in our case, I mean phantom pains and chronic pains. And another area of work is socialization, and our method is the fishing stick instead of the fish. As it was said, the fishing stick is the ability to train the veterans to organize their lives in a way that they can make some money to manage the processes generally, because I agree it was mentioned about the heightened sense of justice here, and there were graphs which demonstrated that the employers don't want to accept the veterans. It's not about they want or they don't want, they are just afraid to accept the veterans because of this heightened sense of justice. Well, you know, in our case, it's not like you are partners, you're directors and subordinates. But in our post-Soviet reality, it's like a director says to the veteran, like, you have to do this. They know that the veterans may respond in other way. They don't have those safety checks that they used to have before they went to the war. Those safety checks are off.
And they're afraid of behaving so. But what we do is to provide them with the possibility and skills to set up their business. And together with the Ukrainian Veterans Fund, we are renovating this building and we are offering the possibilities now. We will also initiate a mentoring course. First, we thought that we will hire some managerial level of employees, but then we thought that the principal under it should be equal to the equal. We are looking for the people from the veteran community, because veterans are likely to believe the veterans. And we are communicating with the veterans who are at the front now to see when they're ready to begin that course. And bridging over to the next panel, when we talk about the veterans, about the possibilities of getting a job, this is not a representative poll. We are talking about the veterans who have been disabled or who have been wounded at the front. The rest of them, of course, are at the front. It's a matter of a commitment, a duty, and fairness. What the veterans say is this: before the war, they were getting some perks. You know, today you're being paid 8,000 hryvnias per month if you are a second category disabled person. That's it. You cannot live on that money. What veterans say is this: why should we ask anybody? We are serving our duty. It is a constitutional duty to defend our country. The life that we are seeing here, the businesses that are working, it's likely to keep on working. Why is it that the veterans should be asked whether they are willing to participate? A warrior who has been in the harm's way is not to ask anybody. At the level of legislation, there must be a network, a safety network, a guarantee for veterans, because we are talking about the social contract that you mentioned before, and we know that we are in debt to all of them. The veterans believe that the employment means that somebody should calculate how many jobs are available, how many veterans are there, and the economists should work out the minimal level of the veteran-bound number of jobs. It's not a matter of asking by the veteran for a free trolley bus ride. There must be a duty performed by the government. But if an employer stands ready to take on more than the minimal requirement is, then we are talking about the perks, about the tax benefits. This is where the justice comes into play. On our side, we appreciate the work of the Ukrainian Veteran Fund in their effort to set up such an environment. All the Ukrainian NGOs must be ready today. They should have been ready yesterday. When the situation arrives, when we will have 4 million veterans, they will need retraining, they will need rehabilitation. And I agree with Taras that budget is unlikely to provide for such needs. You know, the currently available rehabilitation services, then the red tape will always be an impediment. So the international organizations that we stand in contact with are ready and they are aware of the needs. And subjectively speaking, they seem to be having trust to the volunteer bodies, to the NGOs, and they are ready to provide some financing. But we should be ready for this. The statistic that I know, we have 1 million wounded today, And can you imagine what kind of network of rehabilitation centers should be organized so the red tape should be minimized? We have still some time for questions. If there are questions from the floor, you're welcome. I am Volodymyr Static. I am serving in the National Guard. And I have come to know the veterans when I was working with the Kiev School of Economics. The coolest and the highest achievement of the program was this. The entrepreneurs, the former warriors, they have proved that they are stress-proof. I don't think that all of them, the veterans, are ready to set up their businesses. About 10%, I think, will establish their successful business. And of course, the personal story is that a friend of mine has been subjected to psychological problems. He didn't feel like going back to work. He had been working, and the opportunity was not there. And I didn't hear anything about retraining. The problem here is that not only the employers must be encouraged to do so, there must be no avoiding of empowering and employing veterans. But we should be also asking veterans what they would like to do. Such personal stories should be their customer decision treatment. The people who are fighting at the front are saying that all I'm thinking about is tomorrow. But we here in the rear must be thinking of how to give them a toolkit of decision-making when the combat is over. Then we will be standing ready to provide such an instrument. The question is whether there are people who know what to do here. Let us talk about this. Perhaps I will come closer to Ruslana, will be talking about that. But I think it's very important. As for the retraining, I think we've spoken about this, but we talked about training not in a Soviet style. It has proven to be a failure. We talked about retraining. We mentioned a number of workshops. This is an area where we are very active. As for the Kiev School of Economics, we are having a dialogue with them on the particular issue. You see, I have set up a background. At this point in time, a veteran doesn't know whether he is going and he feels like go into public service or into the IT or elsewhere. Now, my answer would be this. One of the courses that we offer is one way to go, but we also think about the following. In America, veterans are offered a couple of different courses. What we mentioned today, that some courses teach you how to write a CV, a business plan. Your veterans advisor will help you. These are very needy things. They're useful things. And our university will not be able to serve the needs of the 4 million veterans, although we are striving to do so, but we will be learning our lessons. I think that we will be trying to offer as many courses online as possible to scale up such experiences. That's all I have to share. Do you have a question? My name is Oksana. I am a wife of a veteran, and I am an entrepreneur. And you will understand that veterans will understand the veterans the best way. This is what my husband says. But my question is this. I see a lot of entrepreneurs in the audience. Do we have in this country a platform where a veteran interpreter can come to know other veterans, where he can post a requirement, a request that I need new employers, but they should be veterans. That will be my question. Our next panel will concentrate exactly on that point. Friends, do we have questions in the realm of this panel? My name is Yuliana. I am one of the coordinators of the veteran space at the Poltava Pedagogical University. You know that there is a voucher program that implies that the veterans can be enrolled into the master's degree. But this program has failed to mention the wives of family members of the veterans. Do you know any of the panelists or the Veteran Ukrainian Fund will be the nanny guidance here? I think that our moderator knows how difficult it is to be a wife of a veteran. You know personally how challenging this problem is. Perhaps when you have to care for your family, you have to work, there is a challenge. In our veteran space, you should be thinking about the reintegration of the veteran through a number of projects. We have developments here. Perhaps we will need some help. But in general, I think it's not the idea that we have, but we should consolidate the forum for such ideas. So my question is, wives, the wives, and the wives. Let us keep a focus on them. Indeed, the Ukrainian Veterans Fund is a nanny for the wives of the veterans. The same goes for your tradition, right? You mentioned this drive of yours. You see, we have initiated such a work, and the fact that the wives are experiencing difficulties, and we should appreciate their feat as well. It's not up to anybody to go through this experience when you wait for your husband's text from the front line and all the stress that you are going through. It should be appreciated. We should treat this with respect. We are aware of this, and we include the wives of the veterans into the scope of our programs. This is being done. We are here. Thank you, friends. There are no more questions. If I may, for the educational and training system, I understand that there are different universities presented here. As a serviceman that has become a veteran of the Ukrainian Armed Forces and the veteran of the combat action, as an officer who's been working with the personnel, I have some experience with working with the retired personnel, and I have found myself in a situation where my services are not needed. And I thought that there is something I should require in terms of education. That's why my question is this: is there a practice worldwide or in Ukraine, a educational system for the veterans who have retired or are planning to retire, to train those veterans to work with the retirees? I've been approaching this problem for 3 years now from different angles. I know how to work with the service personnel. There is an experience that I have. How to work with the younger personnel, older servicemen, with those families whose family have lost their loved ones. I've been asking our American guest here, and I hope that there is a prospect or a hint here. What I am saying is this: a veteran from the Ukrainian Armed Forces perhaps should go on a perhaps bachelor's degree program or a year-long or a year-and-a-half long program. It's not a matter of veterans advisor as set up by the ministry, but perhaps there may be a psychologist, a social worker, a entertainer that would not allow these retirees not to become a passive member of society. Again, the question is whether there is a possibility to get engaged in the social activities curriculum or course.
Well, look, sometimes something that is told about by the state, the society perceives it in a distorted way, because you've just described the job of the veterans advisor. It's not a social worker. They don't have to be a social worker. I also want to stress that there is a veteran, and in e-veteran website there is a full list of the requirements, and such a person should be either a veteran or affiliated with the veterans, because such person should understand how all those things work. You've just described it, because the perception that it's a government thing, this is why it's distorted. So a question is, where can you train to become a veterans advisor? Well, look, there was a resolution adopted and it has become a profession. Respectively, the training will be, I remember it was mentioned during the first panel that it will be going on in Dnipropetrovsk, well, in four higher educational institutions in Vinnytsia, yes, the centers for veterans development, yes, Lviv region, right. The salary will be around 16,000 hryvnia, and yeah, right. And for those who have not listened to the first panel, whether it is a separate profession or it's another qualification, it's a vacancy being opened, then they go through a screening process and they get trained. This is the story that exists in reality in the United States of America, and it works quite well. And it's not about the veterans advisors, they are called a different way, but that function is fulfilled by both civil organizations and private lawyers. There is a voucher stamp granted, and within that voucher a veteran may use it for different purposes. Yeah, it's clear, thank you. The advisors are being perceived not as an equal, they are rather perceived as mentors. Please come closer to that lady and get creative. The advisor is a person from a different field, from a different realm, and in this path, in this way, have you already mentioned how it should be happening? That man who was asking the question, you already described it, that the veterans advisor, I was watching his reaction. Oh my God, you cannot even imagine how much I hate to write down my title, because look, there is such a thing as the professions classifier. Not everyone can afford it, but all right, let's extend this process for another half a year due to the professions classifier. There's a lot of bureaucratic stories around it. To adopt one resolution and to start something new in the state, it's not so easy. If someone thinks that it's easy, I I'm inviting you. We have vacancies open. Please go to the website of the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation. So I invite the managers who will communicate with the veterans businesses. I urge you to come and see. They will check whether their reporting was submitted in their proper way. We are a government institution. Please come to us. So it's another way of service. Yes, it's another way of serving. So please express your civil initiatives. Mr. Sergey, let's talk separately because there's another panel coming. Look, I was talking to the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. Well, look, we're talking about the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation here. So come to us or listen. Why should you submit your application? I'm talking to you publicly. If you if you get away with it, I'll post it publicly. Thank you very much. I'm giving the floor to you, who's going to be the speakers on our next panel. We're having a break. Thank you very much.
Центр вже був, видно, що його рівняють з землею, там були такі ями на дорогах. Машини вже не їздили, люди вже по місту не ходили, скажімо так. Тобто просто прилітали авіабомби і було просто там 3 секунди, коли ти можеш там проїхати, пробігти там з якогось одного місця більше, там, де менше обстрілюють. Я чула в новинах, що будуть шукати нацистів. Я все думала, боже, хто ці люди? Вияснилось, що дійсно жінки, діти, військовослужбовці – це і є нацисти. Військові російські, якщо їх так можна назвати, заходили, тобто все там розламали, подоставали, повикидали, щось позабирали. На чоловіка весь одяг вони забрали, навіть зимові ботинки. Квартира вигоріла, і те, що залишилось в ній, все викинуто у вікна, просто зачищено. Тобто не лишилось жодної фотографії, ніякої згадки про дім. Перша машинка в мене з'явилася саме завдяки цієї програмі «Варто», і я почала відшивати спорядження. Ми відшиваємо плитоноски чоловічі, жіночі, карімати, РПСи, повністю їх комплектуємо. Дощовики в нас є баули. Це останні наші вироби. Дуже ними пишаємось від. Це медичний рюкзак, дуже зручна штука. Ми розмовляли з хлопцями, які ним користуються, вони нам носили всі правки необхідні. І тобто робили так, як їм зручно. В планах повернутися в Маріуполь. Дуже хочеться додому, дуже сумуємо. І так і буде, обов'язково ми повернемось. Я не сумніваюся, що цей день настане. Я навіть не уявляю, в якому я буду стані, я думаю, я буду дуже щасливою.
Проблема всіх домогосподарок або людей, які люблять готувати, закидувати, а потім ще й вичавити і ось це вимивати. Це просто жах. А можна зробити простіше, взяти, вичавити або зі стіка, або з дольпака. Ось тако. Коли першу партію зробили, це божественний смак. Я дійсно нічого подібного не їв. От якщо ви шукаєте нові смаки, це якраз чорний чесник, тому що він не схожий ні на що. Це окремий самодостатній продукт. За рахунок температури, вологості і часу він доходить, і корисні властивості саме чеснику виростають в рази, і зникає цей чесночний запах і смак. Це зовсім новий унікальний продукт. Вони на різних напрямках воюють, і ми один одного підтримуємо. Від них бувають замовлення деякі. От крайній раз це була передача Starlink. Періодично хлопцям передаємо чесник, і чорний, і пасту, тому що це зручно, швидко, і їм самим приємно, що вони захищають нас, а ми прикриваємо тил і далі працюємо. Це їх також трохи мотивує. Це наш великий ферментатор вже на 50 кг, який дозволить збільшити об'єми виробництва, і це закуплено за кошти варто.
Якся маєте? А ну, що ти їсти хочеш? Зараз тобі надоють. Зараз буде, зараз буде.
Ось це бандерівська ковбаса, вона пройшла вже 2 доби копчення первинного. І ще через 2 тижні вона буде коптитися останній раз і випускатися вже. Це махан кінський, вчора набили тільки. Що стосується сьогоднішньої підтримки ветеранського бізнесу, це дуже добра річ. Це все повернеться в країну, повернеться грошима і сплатою податків, і розширенням бізнесу.
Добрий. О, є звук. Всім вітання. Супер.
We are glad to kick off the last employment panelist here. I am Vladislav Gozin, CEO, Lady X. The panelists are available. We are very much restricted in time. I will introduce the panelists of today from left to the right. Dmytro Dubrovsky, the co-founder of the Uklon, ambassador of the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation. You know the Uklon company. Victoria Shenkarenko, is a veteran and representatives of the NGO Oblast Veterans Union of Participants in the ATO of Rivne region. Maxim Pilipenko is the PR director at work.ua. I'm sure you know that platform. Andrei Remezov is also the director of the Entrepreneurship and Expert Promotion Office, and Alexandra Vaidanik is the PR manager of the Ukrzal Zaleznica. Well-known personalities, but before we proceed with our discussion, let me introduce to you two more persons, veteran entrepreneurs, Volodymyr Kosogorenko and Taras Yakubchuk. They have a welcome history to offer to you. Welcome, my name is Taras. I am the owner of the Topras enterprise, and I was the volunteer of the Vinnytsia region battalion. Why has the veteran joined the business? It happened so because perhaps at some point in time I was working as anybody does, as a run-of-the-mill Ukrainian job, family, home, rest. And when I came back from war, I realized that, and I will put it this way, I joined the army to risk the most valuable thing I had, my life. And when I came back, when I gained some skills that perhaps the war offered to me, something that seems to be enough and seems to be sufficient to start your business. The main issue is that the risk that you are facing, sometimes you are afraid to take a risk with your money. You are ready to risk your life, but not your money. You know, money is something that you don't put on stake, but life, to lose your life and to put your finances at risk, you know, ladies and gentlemen, it's worth it. This is what the Veterans Foundation is all about. It is worth it. That's why I am an entrepreneur. My point is that military service, something that I heard long before, and I heard the wording that a bullet changes everything in your head, even if it has missed your head. All the shell that you hear above your head, and I was lucky not to be hurt, but there are a lot of things that have changed in my mind. You heard the figure that 10% of the people coming back will be ready to establish their businesses, something that I was missing when I was beginning with my business. What I missed first was knowledge. Yes, you are motivated. Yes, you have some experience of skills enough to establish your business, the skill that you had acquired during your service. Skills are there, but what you are missing is knowledge. Financial support, knowledge, seem to be the most important things to begin with. As a veteran, I participated in a number of grant programs. And this happened when I started my business. The business was growing. The start capital, you know, I was told at one workshop, 3 F's, for friends, family, and funds. I had my family, but funds was something that I was searching for. At the beginning, the finances were very difficult to identify. That would be my question for the people from the Veterans Foundation. You know, there are programs for the running businesses, but there must be something for the startups. Guys will be coming back from war. They should be granted with some finances and, of course, knowledge. Training. I was going through the SID program of the business development, a crash course, how to begin, what to do, what you are supposed to do, what the advertisement campaign is, the issues concerning the taxation, which taxation scheme should you use, what you are supposed to do. This volume of knowledge is something that is needed for the boys to be part of this team. As for our initiatives, we got together with Volodymyr, and we thought that yes, we had some experience that we were ready to share with our comrades and brothers at arms. Now we are renewing the drive that was running them, the so-called veterans cause. We are ready to help our veterans. We are part of the business, but what we don't have is time. This is where we need help as well. So I think there is a lot of work to be done. Thank you. Good. Entrepreneurship is one way to go. Why did you particularly choose that path? What was your motivation? You see, business is a small war. It's like it. It's the adrenaline you get, especially when you start your business. You're deprived of your food, of your sleep. It looks as if you're in a warfare. It is a way to socialize. You have made up your mind, and the scope of emotions is that you feel at the front. Volodymyr, the mic is yours. The question goes to you as well. Let me start from the very beginning. It's a long story. I am also a veteran. My history goes back to 2015. We have found out that we were at the distance of 10 or 15 kilometers from each other. My history is different. When I retired, I couldn't walk. I had to use the crutches. And you know, as a disabled person, I hated the local authorities. It's not where I can say something good for the local authorities. And I was thinking about the profession that would make sense for me as a serviceman. IT didn't work out. And I thought psychology is good for me. Wars will be waged always. You see, this is the way you think. And those who have retired, psychology will be always there. To become a student, you need money. To get some money, you have to go abroad or do something at the backyard. And, you know, I have a lawyer's education, but I have no experience. So I was a student who used to work as a person who at the brickwork, and you see my left eyes doesn't work all right. So I was searching for myself. It was a long way. And it was a long road because I didn't know who I am. What do I want from this life? And to be honest with you, in 2019, it was a time when I killed a soldier in my mind. And this is what I did. I learned how to talk to myself. Why didn't I become a psychologist? It was because before the full-scale war, I thought that no one needed me. You heard today that you can go through the social network, but you will go all the circles of hell to become a psychologist paid by the government. And you will have to spend so much money for your education. I could not afford it. A number of supervisions and inspections, the requirements for your offices and so on. Where did I end up? I was talking to my brethren-in-law in war, and I was thinking how to transform my military experience into the civil experience.
So what I've decided to do, if Mohammed doesn't if the mountain doesn't walk to Muhammad, Muhammad walks to the mountains. So you have to create business to help other ones, because it was not of interest for the state back then. Even now the attitude is a little bit different. It's a bit better. Back then you were taken, or you were begging for being taken because you want to defend the country. You're something different, something weird, and then you get your military ID and here you go. That was the attitude. Now, thanks God, more people are involved. Not thanks God that the war is on, but that the majority understands it better. But my question is to everybody: is everybody preparing for the veterans to be coming back? How many of you or the people you know have read the literature about the people, the veterans coming back, getting employed by you, how they better be woken, well, how to enter their room? Well, you've read it, yeah, but again, where the veterans spend their time: at work, at home, and in their unions. This is where their brothers in arms are. They can have a cup of a drink here. So in the majority of those three places, nobody knows how to talk to the veterans. When we don't know how to talk to those persons, we are afraid. You know, when we don't know any information, we are afraid of that phenomena. And it turns out that people learn to receive the veterans themselves, and they're afraid of them at the same time, because they don't train their HRs to organize a working place for the retired military. They don't tell the other employees, like, not to ask questions from the veterans, like whether you've killed somebody, because you're about to be beaten for that, or like you don't need to dispute his political position, because those who were in combat, they were taught to kill, they were trained to kill, and this is how you oppress him. They perceive it as an attack. You remember in Kiev there was a case in Kiev when a veteran cut down a person near the bus, at the bus stop. Well, it turned out like, who's to blame now? It's the veteran whom the government paid for to be able to defend himself and the people around him. And then there is a sportsman who tries to attack another person. So who's to blame, all right? Is it the one who didn't learn how to communicate with the veterans, or the veteran themselves? And again, the employment, where you work, do you create the conditions for the veterans who come back to feel all right, so that they come back and they are not being created any obstacles in their work? Because as the workers or as the employees, we're okay. For example, my brother in arms, he went to Czech Republic, so from the office of the international company, he got 3 visits from there to inspect how his workspace was organized, because he was the most efficient in his workspace. And for example, my colleague is an electrician, electric technician. He would enter this room and he would tell you what needs to be readjusted here, because this is how we are hardwired. We are hardwired to gather the information. It's our bonus, but at the same time we are perceived as sick, because there are such things on the internet. They appear that we are somehow different in a wrong way. And generally the businesses, specifically the big businesses and the small business and medium-sized businesses, whether they are ready for that. Obviously, about the employment, it looks so: if you're a private entrepreneur and if you employ a veteran, to fire them, you better shut down your operations rather than firing a veteran. Well, that issue was brought up here, and yes, you don't have to force the business. I'm a businessman myself. I look at it under a different angle. You don't have to force the business to employ a veteran, but you rather have to stimulate them. What's important in business is profit, proceeds, income. So as you employ somebody, you have to demonstrate some profit, some advantage for them, that the veteran, employing a veteran is okay. They are adequate people, but there are some nuances, some peculiarities. Don't do that, but all the rest of the things you can do it, and everything's gonna be all right. So those people will be loyal to you. They will be dedicated. They will be dedicated to their business, to their directors who would understand them, and they will be dedicated to the things they're doing. Vladimir, you brought up a number of topics. We'll try to discuss all of them, but your motivation to get employed as self-employed, as the private entrepreneur, is the lack of ability to get employed. No, it's the self-assistance, self-help, the psychological services. We pay, paying to the therapists, paying for their training. This is what you do. Yes, because it's very expensive sometimes. Our company, we process the garlic, but we plan to grow on and on. But one way or another, first thing is the support, because the government, the state, either they didn't want or they just can't make it. So the social entrepreneurship, in fact, thank you. I appreciate your input to the maximum extent. Our platform is the social entrepreneurship too. So let's continue. We have a huge program here, and now we're about to present some results of our study, the study of the employers as to the employment of the veterans. We had this study in coordination with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs and work.ua. It's the second time I'm seeing these graphs, so I will be commenting it. So the competences, okay, clicker. So the competences. So what will be the level of the competences of the veterans after demobilization? It was responded by the employers who employ veterans and use the services of work.ua. The majority of the veterans will need retraining. This is what the half of the employers think. 19% think that the most of the veterans will get new competencies which will be useful in the job market. Another 4% think that nothing is about to change, and another 14% think that they still hesitated. And another graph shows us, what do you think, what will be the level of competences of the veterans after demobilization comparing to the civilian employees. So it makes no difference, 29%, 22% hesitating, 25% comment that the majority of veterans will lose their qualification. Meanwhile, 23 think that the veterans will get better qualifications rather than the civilian ones. So the drawdown is as far as the status of the veteran, at what phase we will be able to find out. Oh, there is some run window right here. So how, at which phase of employment you will be ready to find out about the combat experience. 71% will think that they will find out about it during the interview. 18% think that the veterans will show their experience in the CVs. I don't think that's really good. The candidates don't really mention such experience. It's 4%, and 4% say that they have not seen any such experience at the phase of selection. Maxim, maybe you want to comment, because this is our job actually. Is it worth indicating such experience in CV? Obviously you have to show all of your experience in your CV, but it should be put in the words that are understandable for the civilian HR. But I would like to tell you about the bigger picture about the employment in Ukraine and what will be the share of the veterans on the job market, where we will be getting back to this issue a little bit later. And Then it's an anonymous questioning of the candidates. 51% said that they didn't have an experience of reporting their combat experience. 7% said that they were afraid to be rejected, and 16% said that it shouldn't be influencing their combat experience, shouldn't be influencing their employment or unemployment, because it's bad really when people don't indicate such experience due to some pity on the other end, and many people think that combat experience should not influence the effect of employment. Our experience shows that it's a very significant and a valuable experience, and adequate employers, they have to take it into account and to get their advantages from there. What those data illustrates is that biases existing in the society with the employers with regard to the veterans. In communications, we see that this is our job. Please comment. I'm observing all of it, and I think that the vector of observing veterans is quite wrong. Who was the veterans before the year 2022? Those were the people who had some exemptions, and the society and the state, they were turning their eyes away from there. Let's be honest, there was no policy in place for the veterans. Our country has woken up on the 24th of February, and first thing that the employers, the state, the civilians have to understand that the veterans are the guarantee of the state security. Where the country would be if those veterans who were rejected starting from 2014, if they don't take up their arms on the very first day of the full-scale invasion? Answer it yourself, and answer the following question. Living side by side with such a neighbor, are we sure that the war is not going to repeat in 5 or 10 years? So this is why the position of the government, of the society, should treat the veterans as the guarantee of national security, the security of every family, every apartment block, every community. What is veteran as they come back for the state? If a veteran is successful, they will be able to find employment, they will be able to find jobs, they will have happy family, and a happy family is the guarantee of the strong society. And so to say, a sustainable state, sustainable country, I'm not talking about the exemptions and subsidies. They say they cannot be cancelled, but I think they can be monetized. What is the support? Like 1,000 or 1,500 hryvnias. So what is the advantage they drawn from there? So 75% exemption for the lifetime. Do you think that the children of those veterans will be able to pay it? Because to pay it, they have to get this money from somewhere. The concept, the position of the government should be based on the development of the veterans. If the people come back with the new skills, they can be a cool crisis manager, because they were responsible for taking decisions in dangerous situations. The people who learned to master different types of small arms and other weapons. For example, in the United States Army, they're being trained for different specialties like machine gunner. We have a lot of Western arms coming to Ukraine right now, and our guys are mastering those arms very quickly. So the veterans for the state are the people with the new skills, people who have new opportunities, people who know more what is it to defend the state better than anyone else. And from that position, the government should be interested in the veteran, in employing the veteran. And if we realize it, the veteran is a resource, a very valuable, new, strong resource for the state. And to rebuild our economy, a veteran can do it, in my opinion, in a very powerful way. Thank you very much, Victoria Shinkarenko. We were asked to call everyone's names. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your speech. I want to fit in this time frame regarding the employment. We're commenting the websites and then we'll continue our discussion. So 48% of the veterans know that their employment will be, their job will be preserved during their service by the employer. Yeah, right. And here we have 25% who don't preserve the job. 13% say that people got or people resigned before they joined the armed forces. So the employers.
The retirement of the jobs, 62%, that seems to be touching everyone. Today it's 6% and 29% has never been, has never heard. The measures for reintegration, we were asking the employers. Again, what do we have here? 27% don't know whether there are measures to reintegrate or re-socialize the veterans. 5% of the employers claim that they have initiated such measures before the war. 39 of them will do something after the war. 32% don't have such measures in place, which is good, but 20% don't plan anything. If you hear us today, don't follow this example. The reintegration measures for the veterans. Ladies, I think this presentation doesn't belong to me anymore. In your company, whether you have seen the adaptation programs for the veterans, 82% didn't have such initiatives in place. That for sure doesn't belong to my presentation. So there are a lot of challenges for the employers to provide jobs, to re-socialize them. On our panel, we have many representatives of the different state and government-run projects, Ukrzaliznytsia and private enterprises, Uklon Services, Dnipro-Dubrovsky, for example, Maxim Polipenko, and Andrei Remezov from the PR director at Work.ua and other institutions. What do you do to promote the process of resocialization? And all of us at this panel will comment, criticize. In general, we will discuss your points. Let me begin to set up the trend of the labor market. Work.ua is the biggest headhunting company for you to understand the scope. And of course, this will be a litmus paper for the Ukrainian labor market. Before the full-scale invasion, we had more than 100,000 vacancies. At the time of the beginning of the war, it was only 6,000, which is to say it was a dramatic fall down. One vacancy saw 100 responses, so there were a lot of troubles with getting a job. Month after month, the labor market began to recover. The first record that we set was 56,000 vacancies. Then we saw the rocket attacks, missile attacks, and then new records again were set on a monthly basis in 2023. Up to now, we see the labor market grow month per month. We saw 90,000 new vacancies, which is to say that the labor market has almost recovered. As for the competition of the providers of jobs, there is a place for the employees to search for the new jobs. Different organizations say that 8 million people have left Ukraine. The same number of people have become IDPs. About 1 million people are living in the occupied territories. Around 1 million people are in the armed forces or other law enforcement institutions. That is to say that the deficit of the workforce is there. The employers see this deficit firsthand. When we talk about the number of male and female veterans now, the government said that 1,700,000. This number is only 17% of the workforce of Ukraine. In order to conduct your business, both male and female veterans will make up the lion's share of this labor market, so the program must be implemented. Of course, work.ua is perhaps platform number one, but when you say that 90% recovery is there, you say that in the newly territory that we have liberated, we've not put them on the register, but the number of the people looking for jobs is over 1 million. You saw, as you have pointed out, what does work.ua promote the employment of the veterans? First thing we have introduced, right after 2014, we have implemented the thing when the employer is ready to employ a veteran in some job offers. There are some specific checkpoints for that. What we do, in the first place, we think that communicating is very important. We share the information on the labor market in general, what we are expecting, and we are actively propagating the thing that the adaptation programs and employment of the veterans must be taken care of right now. Next point are the solutions that will allow us to work with the employers. We see employers as our target audience of our activities, and we play them as priority number one. Why? Because helping them to employ and adapt veterans will allow to bring up a maximum effectual and efficient work for the future of Europe. Then the cooperation with partners, Ukrainian Veterans Foundation, Lobby X, and other employment and headhunting offices that promote veterans' employment. In detail, we will talk about them once we have implemented those projects. Alexander, perhaps you will take the floor. You are the largest employer in Ukraine. Perhaps not the largest, but most specific employer. We work in all the areas of Ukraine. As for the coverage, we are represented in the biggest cities of Ukraine and in the smallest communities and some villages. We are what used to be called the city forming enterprise, as they used to say during the Soviet times. The picture is very difficult. You know what the Ukraine railway service does. Evacuation is number one, but tens of thousands of our employees are working and serving in the armed forces. 900 of those that we know about have been wounded. 30% of those are suffering from heavy wounds. This is where the focus of our work is. The specifics of our work is that we don't have this classically defined employment. What we focus on is in getting back our employees and offering them the job they used to have before the war. Our focus is not to attract people from aside. You know, our professions and skills are very specific. You will know the train conductors and people like that and specialists on the moving lock. And, you know, these are specialists that require golden hands, as we call them. These are unique trades. We want these people to come back to our fold. And we analyzed what we could do in terms of working with our veteran railway veterans. There are two categories of such people. Some people will come back due to different reasons, family circumstances, because of their age. These people will go through some specific procedures. They will inform their former authorities saying that I am retiring and I am ready to work with you. They will be working with the HR specialist or the head of their department, or in some cases both. So they will go through medical examination. 80% of our skills do require medical examination. We'll go through the medical examination and they start working. That's it. And this is where the psychology point comes into play. Because, you know, this everyday work is very different. Railway work. And some of our people say that it feels like you're at war. The hard discipline, the command and control, and they don't have enough time to think, what has happened to me, what shall I do next? This is where we thought it makes sense to think about the psychological barrier, to get them trained. Some especially that came back from war, they say, everything was all right until I was accepted by my former team, and a month's time, something weird was going with me. Something was wrong. In some rare occasions, but they were there. People wouldn't answer phones, wouldn't show up for their duty work. And you see our work deals with the cargo railway. It's all about security. People have to be secured while they're on the train. And this is where we face some red tape challenges. Of course, medical examination is a very good tool. You know, a basic psychological screening is necessary. People must be hinted what to do, where to go. But some ministries were not cooperating with us. We hope that they will cooperate. They will help us. And there is another avenue. Boys and girls, but you know, the male population is the majority of our employers. These will be the people that have been wounded hard. This is where the HR department are running into problems. This wounded personnel will not be able to come back to their routine work. They have to be offered something new, something different. First option we see is this. We have to get them back into the railway service. That's the first step. But we thought the first thing to do is to get united. In one center, we call that advocacy center, because this is where we take up the functions of the advocacy service. First thing, we will offer some jobs that somehow relates to what they had been doing before, or we will offer them the job in the area that they live in. This is the way we follow. The advocacy center specialists keep track and keep communicating to these people that are going through rehabilitation process now. We identify their needs and the areas where they need. We get the response that everything is all right. We are being treated here at the hospital. But psychological matter is very effective here. They thank us only for the fact that they are being contacted. Prosthetics. We understand that people that have the new limbs, the prosthetic limbs, they say, I will not come back. I cannot do that job. Other people say that psychologically I cannot go back. We know that we ask people whether you are likely to come back. They say, yes, I'm willing and wish to come back. It all comes down to communicating, retraining. Of course, we can do this. We have our educational establishments. We have Railway University. You can get a new training there for the people who are looking for new ways in their lives.
And this is how we try to test this algorithm, because it's new to us as well. And until they start coming back in mass, they start coming back homes, we have to walk this way. We have to understand this algorithm and continue working in compliance with it. In response to Volodymyr's question, he left really, since there is a first way of coming back for a veteran, there are HRs in his way, and he told the truth. They're afraid how to ask, what to ask, and to avoid it, we have this first group, first class, and 70 people already have undergone such training, the communication with the veterans. Just HRs or regular employees? Just the HRs, we've taken them as the first class so they can further communicate that information to their collectives. They undergo that training banally, not to be afraid what they can and cannot ask from a regular veteran or veteran with a disability, and so on and so forth. What helps us is that the collectives are such that we don't have such collectives where only one person is serving. Usually it's like 3, 4 or more guys. So as they come back to their collective, and they know each other for a long time, and they come back to the community where they don't have only a railway serviceman, but railway serviceman, the veteran railway serviceman. So this is the way we're moving on. We have a lot of initiatives. We observe what the state is doing. We learn something new. We learn something new from the Ministry for Veterans Affairs. They help us in communication. Then we're going to move on with other problems. One big problem of ours is the medical examination, the summaries of the medical committees. We have people who could work in some easier jobs, but when you're a man of 45 years, you're being assigned a second category of disability, and you're advised to work at home. Ukrzaliznytsia cannot offer you this option because the industrial professions, they see such challenges with rehabilitation where they cannot be assigned to the other job. Well, medical examination and commissions is a different thing. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to Dmitro. Mr. Dmitro, what Uklon does for socialization and employment of veterans? Well, look, we consider ourselves as the IT company which automates the taxi services. So if we take a taxi, you know, it's the first place where a person can make some money, you know, when they get retrained, for example, or they're trying to find themselves. So in this area the work is underway, so we become loyal or more loyal to the veterans. Maybe there are some marks in the applications so that the passengers see that they're being serviced by a veteran, so they can thank our heroes for the service and stuff like that. And maybe there may be some subsidized conditions, some exemptions for the veterans, so there are no abuses, because many people like to copy, to fake the veterans. So yeah, that there should be some verification process, and we will allocate a budget for that. So talking about the main head office, where usually we have IT specialists, marketologists, we have a number of people who took up the arms, who are in the ranks of the armed forces. We preserve their jobs for them, and we preserve their salaries. I had a Ukrainian Volunteers Foundation addressing us recently, and they offered trainings on how to behave with the veterans. But I say we are an IT company, we're friendly, but now we have those issues arising when that were mentioned, what questions should not be asked or what questions better not be asked. I think it's a very cool initiative launched by the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation. So yes, we have to get prepared for that. As to the employment of the veterans, you know, I would like to see the state get more involved in not that exemption and subsidies process. If a person has no competences, it's easier to pay a person just to sit at home, because non-competent person will destroy the team. So if the government gets involved in some training, we can set up a dialogue with them, for example, on the platform of the foundation. For example, the more demanded professions in IT are, for example, a tester, or I don't know if they're a marketologist, it's a junior business analyst or something of that kind, junior marketologist, something that can be taught easily, and we employ those people when they are about to graduate from the training course, and we know how to integrate them. We have a friendly atmosphere, and I think that our defenders are all our guys and the girls, they're all very pro-Ukrainian, and the veterans would enjoy extensive support on the collective, but the dialogue is still needed here. Just to employ somebody because they are exempt by the government, it's not motivating well, and they would not feel very comfortable either. Well, you know, just like in the case of disabled, they need to employ a disabled person because they have it in their organization chart. The people don't even attend their job, they are just get their salaries. So how does it motivate both parties? Yes, so it's just an excuse in front of the law. Yes, so you can serve as a buffer. In the end of the previous panel, I actually supported that as people retire from the military service, they should undergo, so to say, a consultation as to their further career development. Maybe a part of the veterans will find themselves in the ranks of the armed forces, but if somehow they will look for themselves in the civil lives, in the entrepreneurship, in the business, it's a cool option. Everybody should know how to drive a car in the army, so working in Uklon, practicing, it's pretty cool. You know, we can think about those consultations when people work as drivers. Thank you very much for your approach. Thank you. And I would also like Andrei Remizov, everyone else can interrupt you. What does the Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office do so that the veterans find themselves in businesses? Thank you very much for the question. Good afternoon, dear participants. Our Export for Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office, we focus on the creation of digital services and opportunities for the veterans, and starting from 2021 we implement the government project DIA Business, which is aimed to help the active businessmen to develop their, or potential businessmen to develop their businesses. And to add to the words that were said by Mr. Taras and Mr. Volodymyr in the beginning, I can add that recently we've developed, in coordination with the Ukrainian Veterans Fund and the Ministry for Veteran Affairs, we developed a page, it's called Veterans Business, where we accumulated all the information for the veterans that exist on how to establish your business, what are the grants available, what are the training programs available, where they can study the stories of success that we continue gathering about the veterans, both male and female, who established their businesses. So if anybody can share their experience, share their story, we can share it in DIA Business, the best cases of veteran businesses. But in fact, for the veterans today, in the DIA Business portal, 150 business ideas are available for the veterans. You can find any idea for starting your own business, from small manufacturing company, small agency, car wash, whatever. and you may find out what is the amount of money necessary for that, what is the skill set necessary for that. You can download financial models, business plans for that, and what are the legal documents you have to actually gather to establish your business, like emergency service, sanitary documents, and so on. We have free advice. There are 70 types of free advice. If you come back from the front lines, you established your own business and you have a question how to improve my sales, how to improve my marketing, we have more than 80 experts. They are private experts whom we cooperate with, and they provide consultations for business free of charge on different issues, starting from tax payments and ended with the marketing. It's all available online in a couple of clicks. You will be able to communicate to a live person who will help you solve your problem. Then there is a section cases and news. Our team accumulates the news about all the grant opportunities available for the veterans, and for the entrepreneurs it can be monitored in the social media of DIA Business, and if you enter the portal you will be able to find a lot of useful things for yourself from launching your business. And then we focus on export opportunities. If veterans establish their businesses, if it's a manufacturing facility, they probably think about scaling up and starting export sales. We have requests from the veterans about the export opportunities, and we have many analytics advice about the prospective markets, about the assessment of readiness to the export. And another tool that I would like to mention today, in the previous panel there was a question from the floor when a veteran comes and they ask for retraining, where they can get retrained, because the topic of employment is very closely tied to the education, and we have DIA education portal where you can go and the veterans can find some useful and cool things for themselves. First, they can pass a professional orientation test. Given your skill set, which profession suits you better is developed according to the international methodologies, and it can be passed very quickly. Another thing, in the example of real professions, they can see what this profession contemplates, like groomer, for example, or a baker. Well, groomer, I mean those who groom the animals, or interior designers, and you're watching the education show actually, and the people who lays the tile, they tell you how to do it, what this profession is made of, what are the factors you have to take into account. In the beginning of every study material, there is a section, what are the pros and cons of that profession, what can be the professional diseases, for example, anything that should be taken into account while looking for employment. And there is a simulator of a kind where you can test your existing skills, you can check and see, you can pick an option. There is a number of answers. If it's a baker and you are being asked what you have to what you need to have to bake a cake, and the system tells you whether your answer is correct or not. And we are integrated with the majority of job searching platforms. The people are offered vacancies in their cities, in their geographic areas where they stay. So it's a very cool tool that I urge everybody to check. And there are more than 100 education shows posted there, starting from those that I've mentioned. There is cryptocurrencies, mechanical engineering, everything, you name it. So it will be very useful for the veterans from the point of view of the employment. Andrei, thank you very much for the great job you're doing. I think the DIA Osvita should be laid as a fundamental for the government policy of the future, the socialization of the veterans to understand their professional way. Thank you.
Tatiana Ruslana, you are an interpreter. My understanding is that together with your husband, who is now at the front, did you launch your business with him? I would like you to comment on what is your take, whether DA business is enough for the potential entrepreneurs for them to come back and start their business, and in general, what's your thought about this? You know, I myself am planning to take advantage of the DA business project. Our enterprise is growing in spite of all the circumstances that we see in this country. Because I represent the smaller size enterprise, we are producing the leather shoes both for men and women. Now we are working with the military shoes as well. We are having our plans how to grow. Our aim has been and is to employ veterans. And since we believe and we position ourselves as the socially responsible business, it is a pleasure for us. Since we launched our first showroom, we want to employ females ready to work with us. But the challenge here is different. When I was going here, on my way, I was talking to a taxi driver. He turned out to be a veteran. He fought in former Yugoslavia and in Afghanistan. And he said that when he came back from the front, he said he was so conscientiously working. He wanted to justify his job for the employer to see. But at some point he said, I began to see the eyes of those people that I had killed, and it gave him the shivers down his spine. And he said he was different then. And when I talk to our veterans who are relatively saying psychologically safe, but when I heard this ugly story, and I thought to myself, do I realize as an employer the scale of the problems that these veterans might face? Hopefully everything is going to be okay. But such a terrible history, how do you communicate with such a person? Of course, I can go through some workshops, but our working community is not that large. But in our case, what we call ourselves a family, and new members come to our family. And I'm thinking, where do I get information? How to train, how to teach our team to communicate with this special kind of people? If there is an understanding that springs up, if the manager is not there, I want everybody to feel comfortable at their job. People who are around, people sitting next to your place, everything can happen. And this is a problem, how to teach my employers to talk and live with the veterans. This is as far as our plans go. And I would like to raise another issue here. This is what my husband shared with me. The thing is that he is a veteran. His history goes back to 2014. He was in the anti-terrorist operation, and he wanted to be an entrepreneur. He opened up his business. He was working in a number of directions. Since in the full-scale invasion, he went back to the front with no hesitation to defend this country. And this is the question that we faced. Because he's got an education, a new skill that he had acquired, he seemed to be successful, and his clients still turn to him. At the governmental level, he is not allowed to conduct official business. He will be fined for that. And the structure that he is now in from the day one of the war, and he was told that officially you cannot, your account cannot receive a single hryvnia because you are not entitled to business or entrepreneurial business activities because you are officially serving in the armed forces. You can transfer your money to some other accounts. You know, the government must regulate this issue. And what he is saying is this, with this very, very acute feeling of trust and fairness, he is reactive very radically to this. He says, yes, I can control the process, but I cannot officially work. Our lawyers saying that this is an ambivalent situation. No, there is no ambivalence about this. We can work and must work officially, so our account cannot be run because we are paying our taxes. You see, I cannot share my account with his official account. This is a painstaking situation. Perhaps together with the Ministry for Veterans or with the Ukrainian Veteran Funds, we will work on that. We are running out of time. My general question for the panelists and for the audience is this. What Volodymyr has mentioned, and everybody mentioned as well. Veterans, we say, at some point in time will come back. And those who will retire from the armed forces will spend the major part of their time in a professional team. It is good that, yes, there is Ukrzaliznytsia enterprise there, training their HR and their staff. But what do the panelists think about this proactive and responsible way that must be popularized to the effect that employers must understand the responsibility, but we know that responsibility will not touch every employer in Ukraine. If we look at the situation from another angle, we will suggest that proactively both Veterans Fund to engage in some public awareness courses. We will see lectures that will be on the website. Will people be attending? You see, Ukrainian Veteran Fund is doing that already. We have set up trainers training with the Veterans House in the city of Rivne. We have a veteran who is ready to work. It's too early for him to be engaged, but he's been a professional trainer with 20-year experience before the war. And he surprised me when he said that there is a request from the military call-up office. And what we saw, the requirements, when we talk about demobilized person, they're suffering from the guilt feeling and their aggression. This is the major problem that the veterans have shown, that the team, that their potential team workers will be. They are afraid of such challenges. Perhaps not everybody is likely to like the idea. I believe this is another way to go to set up Ukrainian businesses. Veterans that, of course, will be additional speakers at your training courses at different organizations. Another thought deals with the comment from the previous panel, and it has to do with something on the likeness of dear education, something that you have to do something on your own. You have to watch such a video course if the state, together with the NGO sector, of course, in cooperation with the employer sector, all the veterans will be offered such professional consultations, and at some point this will be a government policy instead of offering quotas. What your take on that might be? Quotas, you know, to provide money for the startup is a good idea, but this will not cover all the financial needs. As for the government coffer, when we talk about governmental purchases or procurement, 30% of that money has to go for the veterans business. Veteran business should imply that there are 50% of the veterans on the staff. Licensing programs, benefits or perks, be it not 100%, but people must be responsible for the way they spend their money. Business is for the people who have that calling, but there are a lot of people who would like not to be the managers, but rather the employers. Yes, we are talking about the veteran business, not where the business is founded by the veteran, but about the team where 50% of those working are veterans. Comments? If there are people who are categorically disagreeing with this idea. As for the measures at the level of the state to stimulate businesses to hire and employ veterans, my subjective stance is this: the war that is going on in the country has posed a major challenge to everybody. To help army, to donate for the armed forces has become something that we take for granted. No one is demanding that this should be done. We know that we must overwhelm the enemy. We must do what we can. We have been talking to thousands of employers and to millions of possible employees. Our goal is to make sure that this kind of work grows into an event that sees the participation of the employer for the country to step up to the plate and to adapt and to employ veterans. This is a challenge for everybody, just the way we are helping financially the armed forces working for the upcoming victory. More to the point, looking at the assets and the capabilities of other new avenues that we have seen during the war, we know that there will be new challenges after the war. You see, in terms of collaborating with our partners, we are ready to post information on our websites on how to communicate with the veterans at your enterprise, how to socialize with them, how to kick off your own business, what we can do together to help both employers and the veterans. As for the activities of our community, we are expanding the programs available for the veterans and for the families of the veterans. Recently, we have launched a program, The Work for the Veterans is available. It provides up to 1 million financing for buying equipment. It is catered for by the government, but this program must be targeting specific sectors of community. Of course, we have questions from the audience, but we have only enough time for one question. Once again, Volodymyr Stetsky, I would like to run a short experiment with you here. Due to the fact that we are talking about these issues, we have learned about the new cool project. Do you know about the program for the veterans and their families? Did you apply for such a program? Do you mean the Ukrainian Veterans Fund? The same goes for the Ministry for the Veterans Affairs. As for the Ukrainian Veterans Fund, yes, I know about this, but my husband, when there was a first program, 20,000 support, I took advantage of that June last year. As for the second program, unfortunately, wives cannot apply, cannot receive. There is a grant where you are eligible for 500,000 hryvnias through the DIA. This is what I have learned right now. You see, Ukrainians are very unlikely to read the instructions. You see, it's not enough to write down a methodology. It makes sense to have such meetings as we are having now. Communications with businesses is very important. Raising public awareness is important. People who are doing their business, they are doing their business 24 hours a day. This is a given. And sometimes you happen to read something or to hear something from your colleagues, but when you are engaged in running your business, you don't have time to go into the nuts and bolts of all the information available. It's 1800 as we've been asked to wrap up this meeting. Let us thank the panelists for their participation and their contributions. Thank you very much. And together we will collaborate, and of course we will live up to this challenge. We will see that Ukraine has prevailed. Glory to Ukraine.